Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting to order. James Erskine, Everglades Coordinator with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and Chair of today's working group. I'd like to thank everybody for attending. I thank all our guests in the audience and all our members for attending and all our online members. We have a hybrid meeting today to accommodate everybody. I'd like to remind everyone that we're being recorded and webcast live. The link to the live webcast will be on YouTube and will be available at the bottom of the EvergladesRestoration.gov homepage. There are two opportunities for public comment today, one before lunch and one afternoon session. And I'd like to encourage everybody from the public who would like to speak to submit a card, fill out a card, and note the relevant agenda number item that they'd like to provide it to the OERI staff that's here. Adam, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Thanks, James. Not to reiterate what you had said, everybody online, thanks for your time, for being here. Very quickly, I'd like to recognize the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee here today. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. Petty, former chair of the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, bringing all that knowledge with you. Thank you so much for being here. Alligator Ron, task force member, is here with us today. And Alligator Ron, would you like to address the group and those online and members of the public right now? Thank you.
Well, thank you and good morning. Can you hear me okay? Press and hold. Yeah, just hold it. Hold the button down.
Hold the button.
Yeah, this is high tech for a redneck cowboy, but good morning to everybody. It was a great morning. I rode my horse here. It took a while, but we finally made it. But I want to thank the task force working group. Thank you for your hard work, all your science. You know, we're dealing with the largest environmental restoration ever attempted in the history of the world. And Florida can be an example that we can have jobs and economical growth, and we can have a quality of life. And especially Florida, since we live on a peninsula, and, you know, water is the most valuable resource on the planet. And I'm very honored to be on the task force as a member and working with all of you. I would like to bring up, and I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank the Colonel, too. We've had a great relationship, and matter of fact, he called me the other day. We haven't talked, and he wanted to make sure an alligator hadn't eaten me or something. So thank you for that, Colonel. But I want to bring up, you know, we started 25 years ago, this partnership, federal and state, and I can remember sitting at the table with Jeb Bush, our governor, and our federal partners. And we've come a long way, all the way from Orlando, Boggy Creek, all the way to Florida Bay, reestablishing the natural flow and our quality of water. Because this system, when we started in 1948, and for 52 years, we did some things that really didn't help our environment. And we compartmentalized the system, and water is going in the wrong direction. And wetlands are very sensitive to quality of water, quantity of water, water greater than natural, lack of water, a very sensitive environment. So here we are today. And when I look back at what we built over the past 25 years, I see us at the threshold of getting major benefits. And that deals with the Tamami Trail. So I'd like to recommend to the working group to recommend accelerating the Blue Shanty. That's the last piece that will allow 60% of 2.5 million acre feet of water flowing naturally by gravity to Florida Bay. And 40% flowed on the west side of Shark River Slough into Lossman Slough and onto the 10,000 Islands. I want to thank U.S. Fish and Wildlife for working with the deviation to operate the western part of Shark River Slough and Lossman Slough, letting that water flow naturally by gravity, as per our science that was established in 2007. The day that the Tamiami Trail is completed, which is March to June of next year, elevated to where we can let this water flow. But without the blue shanty, we will not get the natural flow of 60% of what we started 25 years ago. So I highly recommend to the working group here to recommend to the task force accelerating the blue shanty. Remember, until we get this water flowing beyond the Tamiami Trail, and when we do, the whole system will benefit, from the northern Everglades to the lake, the heart, the rivers, the quantity greater and natural going out of our rivers will be going south naturally to Florida Bay. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to seeing all of you at the task force meeting coming up. And it's all about we together communicating with solutions to make sure as we proceed that we're truly restoring the Everglades, one of the natural wonders of the world. So thank you for this opportunity, and long live the Everglades.
Thank you, Alligator Ron. Very inspiring. To take care of some administrative items that Sandy would be normally taking care of. Just briefly, members of the public who have not provided their name and affiliation will be removed by the administrator for security purposes. Please note that all attendees are automatically muted and are in listening mode only. Please refrain from raising your hand until the public comment period has been announced. Raised hands before the public comment period will be lowered by the administrator. Once the public comment period begins, please use the hands raised feature located on the bottom of your screen. When you have been called on to speak, please ensure that all other devices are muted to avoid the background reverb. If any attendees experiencing any Zoom technical issues during the meeting, you can access the website on EvergladesRestoration.gov and acquire our emails or contact information. James, back over to you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you and welcome to the committee here. Alligator Ron, thank you for those words. We do have an agenda item today for Central Everglades Planning Project South Phase that'll touch on some of that area. And Dr. Petty, our former chairman, thank you for coming today. Lawrence?
Just want to thank everybody for being here today, getting in front of each other, being in person, having the opportunity to just look everybody in the eye when we're talking about the importance of Everglades restoration is so important. This is going to be my last meeting on the SCG as I'm leaving the district. And I just want to say how honored I've been to serve in this role. This is a collective of some of the most brilliant minds in the agencies across South Florida. And it's an opportunity for us to come and sit at this table and be solution-oriented and work with each other and learn from each other and find out what are the things that are going to impede our ability to move forward. And there's a resource somewhere at this table that can come and bring their energy to bear to help free that up. And it's just an incredible, incredible thing. So I have totally appreciated y'all's confidence in me to sit at the table and bring that from the district side. And I'll be still in the state. I'll be working up in Tallahassee and involved in water quality for the state. So as y'all restore it, we'll come behind you and make sure the water quality is perfect. So I appreciate everything that y'all have allowed me to do in this role. And I know that y'all will charge forward and be absolutely effective and restoration will occur. So thank you so much.
Adam, I'm going to go off agenda for a moment and just ask Lawrence, stand up for a moment. I'd like to present you with a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission coin for all you've done for Florida's wildlife and what you'll continue to do up at FDP. Thank you. Nick Almond, would you like to say a few words?
Just welcome everybody. Nick Allman, U.S. Geological Survey, and usually Regional Science Advisor. I'm acting as the Deputy Regional Director right now. So things have been a little bit busy, but it's good here to be back with folks that all care about Everglades restoration, and looking forward to the meeting today and hear what all the present issues are. Thank you. And we are working on getting Lawrence's resignation rescinded. So that's what.
Lawrence, you're going to be missed here, but you're going to be doing great things. Eric Stabenow, online.
Good morning, mic check.
We got you.
All right, great. Well, thank you again to everybody for coming. Lawrence, you will truly be missed in that role. Probably one of the ones most directly hit by that. So this is monumental times, but in good hands, and you'll be going off to do great things, I'm sure of that. I recognize the challenges of working remotely today. I look forward to being with everybody again, person to person, eye to eye in the future. Just a brief update from the Department of Interior on Tamiami Trail Next Steps projects, that it is progressing well, and we are working through the Cures project south of the trail and making real progress, staying on track to be sure that we don't have any properties or lands or issues there that are going to prevent us from moving that additional water through under the new operational plans as they come online. So we're making really good progress. We're going to get this right, and we're on track, and committed as always to the Everglades Restoration Program and to serve. So thank you all, and to be brief, appreciate being here today.
Thank you, Eric. We're going to use the chair's prerogative here. Our next item is the members whip around. I'm going to ask that we go around the room and we provide introductions for our members and just use our names and affiliations so everybody in the room knows who is represented. On the whip around part, the chairs, we've talked about this, we really do like to have that crosstalk amongst the agencies, but we're going to ask to hold that at the end of the meeting. So we'll have more opportunity to have a discussion at the end of the meeting on those particular topics, and that allows us to cover some more material at the beginning here. Karen Bonsack, NOAA, for introductions.
Good morning, Karen Bonsack, representing Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary on the working group.
And I see we have our tribute.
Yes, I'm happy to do that now. I requested a brief interlude on the agenda this morning to just take a few minutes and recognize Billy Causey, who passed away in January at the age of 81. He was the first superintendent of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary and has had quite a legacy for marine and environmental conservation in South Florida. So I just wanted to say a few words to acknowledge that. So thank you. Billy really did dedicate his life to protecting and restoring the Florida Keys coral reef ecosystem. Funnily enough, he started his career in the marine aquarium trade, but he quickly jumped over to the conservation side and was selected by NOAA to serve as the manager of Lou Key National Marine Sanctuary in the early 1980s. He later became the superintendent of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary when it was created in 1990. And it was under Billy's leadership that we were able to develop a management plan and implement regulations for the sanctuary, which was successfully implemented in 1997. And I think if you asked, people would say a large part of that was due to Billy's unwavering persistence for marine conservation. The management framework that he created down here had a lot of really innovative policies and programs that continue to exist to this day. Under Billy's leadership, we developed the first comprehensive marine zoning plan in the United States down here in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. The first water quality protection program for a marine sanctuary was created, and Billy expanded the use of mooring buoy systems to reduce anchor damage on fragile reefs. He was sanctuary superintendent until 2006, and he later became the Southeast Regional Director for the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries in NOAA until his retirement in 2019. To speak a little bit about who Billy was as a person, people have described him as larger than life, as a force of nature, a legend, an unflinching warrior for the cause of ocean conservation. And I think anyone who knew him could attest that all of those were true. Billy was willing to work with anyone, no matter how much they disagreed with him, which was a quality that really helped with the success of the sanctuary and other conservation efforts. Some people might also remember that Billy was a key player in the development of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan. He helped to ensure that all stakeholders were at the table and that all the elements of the South Florida ecosystem were included, from the headwaters of the Kissimmee River through Florida Bay and into the coral reefs of the Keys. So just to wrap up, I think Billy was one of those really special people. He was able to find a nexus between science and regulatory frameworks and public engagement that helped to make the Florida Keys and other marine sanctuaries worldwide better protected, better understood, and more resilient. And although he's gone, his legacy continues to influence both national and international approaches to marine resource management and conservation. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you again for the opportunity to recognize Billy Causey.
Thank you very much, Karen. I had the opportunity to work with Billy on both when I was a young scientist on the Science Coordination Group and later on the task force. And on the task force, he was always there to provide me some guidance, and I appreciated his words as a well-seasoned person on that group. Thank you. Gil McRae?
Good morning, Gil McRae, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Thank you, Karen, for bringing this recognition of Billy forward. I had the opportunity to work with Billy in a number of contexts over the last 25 years. Some of you know that FWC has a significant presence in the Florida Keys. We have about 60 staff based in the Keys working on a number of issues: coral, seagrasses, fisheries, queen conch, sponges. I have to say Billy was our longtime partner and supporter in the Keys. We have been monitoring the Florida Keys Reef Track this will be our 30th consecutive year. And when we began that program in 1996, Billy was a big part of that. And there were a number of years early on, especially where we didn't think we'd be able to sustain that. And now it is one of the longest running consecutive coral monitoring programs in the world. So that is just one of many elements of our program that Billy helped us establish and continue. Billy was also a force on the Sanctuary's Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee, which I also serve on, and brought a number of great projects to the Keys over the years. So a great friend, tremendous partner. He will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Karen, for bringing that forward. We'll continue with the introductions, and I'll move over here to Marcel, and I'll ask that we keep our introductions brief so we can get right to the agenda.
Good morning, everybody. Marcel Bozos, Fish and Wildlife Director for the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians. Thank you.
Continue right around. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Holly Milbrandt, Natural Resources Director for the City of Sanibel.
Good morning, Rebecca Elliott for the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services.
Good morning, Jennifer Hacker, Executive Director of the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership, part of the US EPA National Estuary Program.
Good morning, John Moore. I'm the Regional Administrator with DEP's Office of Water Policy and Ecosystems Restoration.
Good morning, Chair. John Mayle, Martin County Environmental Resources Administrator.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Krieger. I'm here on behalf of Roland Ottolini for the Lee County Department of Natural Resources.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Whitney Sapienza. I'm the Director for the Environmental Resources Department with the Seminole Tribe of Florida. I'm representing the working group, the Science Coordination Group today. There's been a modification to an appointment, and Stacy Myers behind me is representing the working group.
For Reynolds, I'm the Director of Ecosystem Restoration here at South Florida Water Management District.
Paul Lynn, Palm Beach County.
Wes Brooks, Florida's Chief Resilience Officer, member of the working group.
Colonel Brandon Bowman, I'm the District Engineer for the Jacksonville District, United States Army Corps of Engineers.
I'm going to go to my virtual members. Becky Allenbach.
Good morning. This is Becky Allenbach, EPA Senior Advisor for South Florida and Everglades Issues, a member of the working group. Dan Scheit, our Science Coordination Group member, is not on today, but I'll be sure to relay information. Thank you.
Adam Brame. Come back. Melanie Naja.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Melody.
Perfect. Good morning, James. I am Melody Naja. I'm the director of the South Florida Natural Resources Center. Today, I'm representing Everglades National Park. Our superintendent, Pedro Ramos, sends his regards, and he regretfully cannot attend today. So I'm here today to represent the park. Thank you.
Ed.
Good morning. Ed Smith, Director for the Office of Water Policy and Ecosystems Restoration with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I am the working group member for DEP.
Lawrence.
Okay, going to Science Coordination Group members online. For the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, either Tim Breen or Ramon Martin.
Morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
This is Ramon Martin, Everglades, Acting Everglades Program Supervisor for Tim Green with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thank you. And for the Army Corps of Engineers, Angie Dunn or Gina Ralph.
Hey, good morning. This is Angie Dunn, Army Corps of Engineers, sitting in for Gina Ralph.
Thank you. And then I believe we have Enrique Montez.
Larry Williams. Just checking back on a few. Larry Williams and Adam Brame.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Larry Williams. I represent the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the working group.
Thank you. We do have a couple working orders to go through today. We have working group. We have the chairs and vice chair for the FCRT, the Florida Coral Reef Coordination Team, is a 2-year appointment. And at this point in time, we have we're at that 2-year mark. Currently, we have Wes Brooks as the chair, and we have Eric Stabenow as the vice chair on that group. So we'd just like to check if there was a motion to extend that for another 2-year charter, 2-year term per the charter. And we have checked with both the vice chair and the chair for their availability.
James, I'll move to extend the terms of both the chair and the vice chair.
We have a motion. We have a second, followed by discussion, if there's any discussion.
I'll second.
Discussion? Hands up for discussion, hands online. Okay. Well, we actually do a vote on that one, so all in favor? Aye. Do we have any online members that wish to cast a vote?
Or a negative.
Wish to cast a negative on that, against it, so we can count the hands easy? We got a number of people online right now in this virtual meeting. I'm having flashbacks to when we were in a lockdown and we had to do more of these.
Yeah, I see thumbs up online.
All right. Excellent. Great show of confidence for Wes and Eric. Thank you for what you're doing on that team. You're doing great work. Now we have our agenda item number 3, approval of the meeting minutes. The meeting minutes were sent out. We'd like to ask for an approval of the October 2024 meeting minutes summary, which was sent out email to the group.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Lawrence Glenn. Do we have a second? I have a second by Wes Brooks. Any discussion on minutes or edits? Okay, all in favor? Aye. And we'll look online for hands.
Thumbs up only.
Looking at thumbs up only. Great. We do have a change in the SCG leadership positions that's happening. As Lawrence said, he will be leaving us. And per the SCG charter, Eric will serve as the SCG interim chair, And again, we have coordinated that with Eric, who's not in the room today. Eric, are you willing to serve as the SCG interim chair?
I am.
And in the near future, we'll be looking, as Lawrence moves out, we're going to be looking for new SCG membership to fill that vacancy. And we're looking for nominations for an SCG chair. Those can be made to to Adam Gelber in OERI and the co-chairs through the task force. The task force will appoint the science coordination group members and the chairperson and vice chairperson as the task force may select. Now that all the front matters out of the way of the meeting, let's get to the meat, which is Adam Gelber to start us out with the executive director's report.
Thank you, James. We just move right into the presentation. Thanks, Eric, for stepping up, and we'll be working with the task force in the future to seek their concurrency. So we're going to move through this pretty quickly here. And so the first slide is a really quick update. The OERI and Interior has been, along with our partners at the state, have been working on the Python issue, and this is very quick. Kristen sits right next to me. It's something we talk about quite frequently. And, you know, where this is all going is to develop the models. We all live in model world here in Everglades Restoration, and there are no models for the Python to understand the life history and different components of how they interact, how they feed, and the accelerometer is what you see on there, very distinct feeding events, the speed with which the pythons feed and be able to determine that distinct event. And the python you see is actually 17 feet long in that picture, and it comes into the office routinely. First time ever, we worked with the state to have a monitoring of a nest, to not go in and destroy the nest, but to track those individual baby pythons and what happens. I believe that this is the first event that they were able to track that the actual maternal instinct in the babies stay with the pythons to increase their survivability. And if I get any of this wrong, I'll follow up, but pretty sure that this is all leading up to the survival rates to be able to determine how many we have out there on the landscape and whether or not our activities and actions to remove them or to manage them on the landscape are being effective. Right now, we don't really have those tools, and that's really where this small portion of the program is going in conjunction with what the state is doing. So just want a brief minute there for that. So next slide, please. So in leading up to the Congressman Diaz-Balart's letter and some of the framework for that, a lot of what was discussed at the task force was regards to the task force related reports. Wanted to provide some information and context before going forward with the next steps with that. We have several reports. The first one we're going to address is very quickly is the biennial report, WERDA 1996. It summarizes the task force activities over the 2-year period, the prior 2-year period. This report has been generated since 1998, and the last one was still in draft form and has not been released and was completed through the period of June of 2024. Next slide. All of these are hindcast in some regard, in most regards. These are looking back over the previous reporting period. Nothing is future described for the most part. The report year, the schedule is we start in April. We reach out to folks like James and a lot of you all here at the table to help us populate what's in there. That old report is used to generate the new information and to update it with such links as making sure that the links are live and accurate, and remembering our audience. So that progresses. Next slide, please. Into the continued workflow of through May through September, and with the goal of having it before task force consideration in October, November. Right now, we're working with OMB on releasing and getting that final product out to the public. Again, this is all hindcast information and is not really a decision-making tool. It's an informative piece. Next slide, please. The next is the IFP, the Integrated Financial Plan. Again, WRDA 1996, again 1998, produced annually, and we work with our partners here at the table and others to produce those financial updates that go into that. It's a wealth of knowledge and information, and is task force restoration focused on the South Florida ecosystem. Next slide. The schedule is quite similar. In July, receiving the prior year's report updates. It can be complicated based on different agencies having different fiscal years. State, I know, has a different fiscal year than the federal government, and how we integrate all of that, and not getting out in front of leadership on what those budgets might be. So again, this is all posted on EvergladesRestoration.gov. The information, again, originates from the agencies and is not a decision-making document. Next slide, please. Cross-cut budget. Again, WRDA 96. First report was in 96 and annually reported. And prepares coordinated budget requests for funds proposed to be expended by agencies and entities represented on the task force for restoration. Next slide, please. Again, it's a yearly report for the federal fiscal year. So that's where the workflow goes, is again shared with all the agencies to revise text and to update the information of what occurred from the prior year. Next slide, please. So that quickly takes us into the task force discussion that was had regarding the transparency conversation that happened at task force. I have populated, working with the chair of the working group, James, to come up with language to address those comments in a very succinct way. This is in draft form because I believe that we're looking to develop, based on Miccosukee Tribe Representative Kevin Kniff's recommendation, to put together a small W working group type, which we've translated into a task group so we can move this over. It would not be something that I would envision would have its own charter, but to come together to help address the letter. James, any additional comments?
No, I think you're right on track. We do need to address the letter and take a look at this, and increasing transparency is always a good process. This has draft on it up here. I think that the smaller task team can take a shot at refining this and wordsmithing this to be exactly what it should be. But we'll be looking for our members to populate that smaller task group with either staff or with either the science coordination group or working group members, or delegating it to staff. Would any of the members like to comment on this item? Colonel?
So one of the things I asked my staff to do is pull together a small PDT team to start working on what I'm calling IDS 2.0. The IDS is this great PDF document. The font keeps getting smaller and smaller. And as we add warp into that, we're going to run out of space. So making it more GIS-based, online, you can zoom in, you can click on projects and get information that is relevant to the project. So you can start encoding more information into it. I think that would go a long way to answering this letter of being more transparent and making it easier to find that information. We're in the early stages of it. Army Corps has a lot of experience using GIS products like this for tracking things, mainly for emergency management. So we're putting together a team to start flushing that out, and we welcome all members' input into that. We'll definitely throw it out for the draft version of it to get comments about what's in it, what you would like to see in it. But hopefully moving away from the paper, it's great to have in your book for quick reference, but everyone wants more detailed information. I think that might get after it.
Thank you, Colonel. That does sound like a great step towards answering this call.
We're looking for, so I would be probably helping facilitate, track that, organize the meetings, and maybe there'd be one person from that core team, or maybe one or two, to join somebody from the state or other agencies. We'd encourage the tribes to be there as well, to have that discussion, to support providing some solutions. I look at this, and just right now, as being an item between, starting now and then sunsetting by the next meeting and having a couple of recommendations for the task force to consider, hopefully for potentially a June meeting. Would it go longer? Maybe, but that's for the group to understand and develop that. So,
Looking around the room for any additional comments from our team. Jen?
So I just wanted to remind us of the context of this letter, right? So this letter came on the heels of the integrated delivery schedule coming out last fall. And we had a conversation here in this group when we did the IDS workshop about the IDS and really trying to figure out how do we find that sweet spot of providing information on 2 pages, and that it is really difficult to convey as much information to the public and to the other agencies and to decision makers, whether that's budget information so that decisions can be made, or whether that's project information, and how do we wrap all that in. And so we're excited to be a part of trying to figure out how do we communicate that better. And so we're on board to help however we can.
if I may, a lot of times when we come to these meetings, this is an introduction to the idea. And if folks need time to go back and, kind of socialize it in their organization and come back to us, we'd be happy to take some electronic communications with folks wanting to join in the next, say, week or so. And we can follow up with this online, James, is what I'd like to propose.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We do have Vice Chair Eric Stabenow and Wes Brooks that would like to comment.
Okay.
Eric first.
Right, thank you. Appreciate that. I think this is great to hear that we're thinking of it as an IDS 2.0, and we're thinking about the format and those challenges of how we kind of combine either the digital products in the GIS world or a 2-page document that's at the right level of information, or whatever those types of the physical product look like that we bring forward. From an MPS perspective, we want to make sure that we're engaged as early in process in the decision making that goes behind the timing of where things are placed on that overall schedule, knowing that we're in our particular role, we're watching and learning from the IDS as to what's coming in the future. We'd still like to have our voice being heard as early as possible in the process, so that regardless of the outcome of what that product physically looks like and how we present it to the public, the NPS has that opportunity as early and often to engage and bring that information and help call it influence in a way, or help guide, provide feedback on where things end up on the schedule overall. So I thank you all, and I really look forward to the opportunity to increase the transparency on this. Thank you.
Wes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And Colonel, I think that sounds like an amazing evolution for the IDS and how that information is conveyed. I mainly wanted to say, with great funding comes great responsibility, and so this is great. This is a step in the right direction for this group to take in responding to Congressman Diaz-Balart's concerns and interests here. We have experienced record funding over the past couple of funding cycles from both Governor DeSantis and the Florida legislature, as well as from Congress and 2 administrations in the White House. So we're really looking forward to keeping that moving, and especially, the work of our appropriators in Congress, Congressman Diaz-Balart, Congresswoman Wasserman-Schultz. There are several others, Congressman Franklin, Congressman Rutherford, have been very supportive. And I also want to note Congressman Mast also secured specific appropriations funding during the energy and water debate on the floor. And so we do have a responsibility to our leadership, our political leadership in both Tallahassee and Washington, D.C., to make sure that we're showing them how well these funds are being put to good use. And to that, I would just point out, those of you who have the new South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Report from the district in front of you, another paper where the text is getting smaller and smaller, 75 projects in various stages of implementation or completion, with some great information there. And then if you flip to page 4, you can actually see the results of that work starting to happen all the way down in the lowest reaches of the system in Florida Bay. So this is working, and we need to keep conveying to policymakers and the public that we're on the right track.
Great point, Wes. You stole my close on this topic, that this is a good problem to have, right? We need to be more communicative, but it's a positive effect of the great momentum we've had with all the construction and all the implementation. So it is a good problem to have, that we need to communicate this out a little more, and that we have something good news to communicate about. Lawrence?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in and just say how important, and I'm excited about the possibility of having a product that is out there that is live, as live as it can be. This restoration program is huge, and it's very complicated, and there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. As soon as we print the IDS, we're doing stuff, and moving out, and it already changes. And I think the two most important things for all of the stakeholders, whether you're a partner in it or you're watching it from afar, is transparency and communication, because things change, and they change quickly. And when everyone has the information of what has changed, why has it changed, how is it going to impact, it might be a positive, it might be just a negative for a short period of time, but everybody can kind of have a sigh of relief when they know the information and they understand the why. So I think having this sort of product that is out there for everybody to be engaged and have their finger on the pulse, because without it, we can be doing great, but if you don't know and you have an idea that something is happening, but you don't have a way to go and rectify that, you might come to a meeting or something with a positive or a negative attitude, about why is it happening. But then once you sit and you listen and you find out what the reasons are behind these, you're like, oh, cool, we're good. We're still going great. So having that ability to provide that information on a more timely time step is just fantastic. And I think it's a wonderful push in the right direction.
Thank you, Lawrence. I'd like to hear from Larry Williams online.
Yeah, thanks, James. I agree that having, these new arrangements in place so that we can collectively be more transparent is going to be good. And I appreciate the Congressman's interest in this as well. One thing that I think was probably at least part of the Congressman's interest was the delays that we sometimes have, and having, I'll say, lack of clarity about why and how those delays are being managed. And it makes me think that together, if we can all make an effort to better spot those delays when they're on the horizon, and be upfront, deliberate, clear about what we're seeing and what we can do to try to manage those delays, I think that would be a helpful thing. I know as I look into the future at what we should be expecting with, let's say, SEP and the Blue Shanty and some of the other, really key projects in the future, there's different things that could be causes of delays. And I think we need to be tracking those really closely and communicating abundantly about what we're seeing, what we can and can't do. And, in that way, just being very transparent about the potential for delays and what we can do to address them.
Thank you, Larry. Whitney?
Just wanted to show our support when it comes to development of a transparency tool when it comes to Everglades restoration. That tool will help not only staff members, but have us be able to communicate more effectively to tribal leadership as well as the tribal community. So I appreciate the Corps really taking the lead. The GIS interface seems like an appropriate tool that will also be able to help us quickly have that information at our fingertips to be able to convey. So we're certainly interested in providing review of any tools that get developed and support as this moves forward.
Thank you. Colonel, not to put you in the hot spot, but you used the term PDT, which under the CERT process, we have a lot of different PDTs for things. Have you had conversations enough to determine if this is going to be a public process with the PDT, where other agencies and public are participating?
It's a good question. We just started this process, pulling folks in. I needed my subject matter expert back into the district, so I got him back in, and he's pulling the right team folks together. We'll have to basically get the bones right, start that process, and as we get the first, rough draft done, we'll throw it out for everyone's comment to look at it and let us know what they kind of want. Another thing, taking it to the next level is making it a piece that you can use for education to influence people, showing historic flows in the Everglades, showing current flow in the Everglades and post-SERP restoration. What do those flows look like? So it becomes more than just informational, it becomes educational as well. But first, we got to get the informational piece, lock in the IDS portion of it, and then, keep refining it, keep iterating on it to keep making it better. So it should be a living document. It should not be once it's done, we're happy, we don't ever touch it again. It should be constantly getting better with each iteration of it. But definitely we want the whole working group's comments on it. And we'll take some public comments as well to see how we can make it better. We won't be able to incorporate everyone's hopes, wishes, and dreams, but the group will definitely make the product better.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the additional information. And with that, I think we'll close this topic. We will take from team members here. Adam would take some nominations from folks, and we'll do that by email. If you have either staff, if yourself, you're an SCG or working group member, or have staff that have skills in that area and would like to participate in that discussion and transparency, just reach out to Adam or the co-chairs. Thank you. Our next agenda item up is the U.S. Army Corps Engineers Program and Project Update. And I'd like to recognize Ava Valles. Thank you, Ava.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the Working Group and Science Coordination Group. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today representing the Jacksonville District team who works every day to advance Everglades restoration. We're honored to be a part of this team. Thank you. I'd like to first say thank you to Lawrence Glenn. Your kindness rises above all in your many talents, sir. I have appreciated working with you, being your colleague, and I certainly hope that when you go to Tallahassee, they'll let you wear flip-flops again, as many of us got used to seeing around these parts in West Palm. Thank you for your service to the Everglades, sir. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Let me see if I can get my little pointer. We have a busy agenda today, and I'm going to run quickly. So if any of you have questions or thoughts or feelings or anything you want to share, just let me know along the way, because we have a lot to cover this morning, and I'm going to try to be very brief. Overall, we're going to talk about program level activities. I've just chosen one to go over today. Then water management operations. What that really means is how are we using the existing infrastructure and what we're building a little bit at a time to realize ecosystem benefits as we go, right? That's really what that bullet is about. Then we have planning, which means what are we considering? How are we doing a feasibility level analysis to find the next solution that is the next step in our journey? And then what are we designing and building together? This presentation is intended to be looked at together with Ms. Parrott at the South Florida Water Management District. So you will see that when you put those two presentations together, you really get the full picture. It is that big of a program. You need both of us. The first program level activity that we will go over today is the 2025 report to Congress. A few highlighted bulleted notes there to take away. In addition to what Mr. Gelber went over, all of the other reports, right? The biennial report, the integrated financial plan, and the other ones that he mentioned, the language that authorized the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan in December of 2000 also included a requirement to do a report to Congress every 5 years and to tell the Congress how we were doing. In addition to that, we have these letters that if you haven't read them, the one from 2005, 10, 15, and 20, they're actually pretty extraordinary. They tell our story. So it's a short report. If you haven't looked at it, it's on the EvergladesRestoration.gov website. And those front letters talk about what the agencies were thinking about, the conflicts they were working through. They're pretty interesting. And so we will do those again from each of the secretaries. The reporting period is July 2020 through June 2025. Dr. Tabitha Elkington on the Jacksonville District team is the lead for the Corps and has formed a project delivery team. To answer your question, Mr. Erskine, it is interdisciplinary with other agencies as well as the tribes. And certainly folks have already gotten their assignments about different parts that we're all writing. This is the schedule. The point to make here is we've kicked off. We have made assignments to the report. It is something that we all do together, and our goal is to publish in December of this year. Moving to our water management operations, this is the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, and on the left-hand side, you see a blue trace that represents the actual water level within Lake Okeechobee throughout this year. At the time that the slide was created, which was earlier this month, the lake was at 13.62. Today, the lake is right at 13, just a couple of hundredths above. And so the lake has continued to recede, which is good news. We are in our spring recession. We have wanted the lake to recede, and look at that purple band. For those of you that are new to this graph, on the left-hand side, you see elevation, and on the bottom across, you will see the time of year. The purple band represents the preferred ecological envelope for recovery operations, meaning we want the ecosystem within the lake to have a moment to have those western marshes breathe and the grasses to recover. We are seeing that. I was on the lake recently, thanks to our friends with other agencies and NGOs to visit and see how it was doing, and the western marshes look amazing. And so we see the lake receding according to our spring recession goals. Moving to the east of Lake Okeechobee, with the C44 reservoir, the image of the reservoir is on the left. We continue an extended operational testing and monitoring period. We continue to have the capacity to bring the C44 reservoir up to 10 feet, with our target being 15 feet in the future. The reservoir was at about 6 feet deep earlier this month, and we continue to update our project operations manual for future updating for future considerations. The question that most folks have is, how is the seepage management feature going? And so I'm happy to report that we've got two crews drilling relief well locations along the western and southern perimeter. One of the crews is one of our sister districts from Mobile, and another one is with the private driller. And so we're happy to have that partnership, and we're making progress there. Moving to the north of Lake Okeechobee with Kissimmee River Restoration. So the images on the left are some ongoing repairs that are either complete or almost complete, or some navigational signage that we have been installing at the S69 weir. The image of the weir is the bottom left. That is a weir within the Kissimmee River itself that was damaged in one of the recent hurricanes. But the good news is that we continue to see benefits from the first increment of the headwaters revitalization schedule. What that means is that when we completed construction, we needed to improve the operations to be more in line with the environment. And so we approved the first increment of that last August, and we'll continue to work on the development of the full headwaters revitalization schedule with the project delivery team. Our next meeting is April 17th. Moving to the southern part of the system, so now we've flown south from Lake Okeechobee across the central Everglades and into what is known as the Combined Operations Plan. So this is the water management plan that thinks about Water Conservation Area 3 across the Tamiami Trail into Everglades National Park and the South Dade Conveyance System, authorized in August of 2020. Through the leadership of Colonel Bowman, we have continued to pursue a multi-year deviation to the Combined Operations Plan. We have identified a preferred alternative, which is Alternative 1. And what we hope to do is move away from strict date-based closures of the 12s and the 343s. We've been working towards this for many, many years, as Mr. Bergeron mentioned in the very beginning of this meeting. And you will be seeing our operational strategy, that the words that go around the modeling associated with that very soon, together with all the information that we have to put together to do our NEPA document, our National Environmental Policy Act document, as well as our consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So why are we doing it? We're doing it because we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to reduce water levels in the water conservation area in the central Everglades when we're above schedule, right? We want to make sure that we allow the system to come up and down with the seasons and stay reconnected. That's our key word, is reconnection of our sloughs. We care deeply about the condition of our tree islands within the central Everglades, and we want to provide greater flexibility to adapt. I think that I may have covered most of this, but I'll just focus on key updates there in the middle. This is still about the multi-year deviation, the operational strategy. So Zone A, that is when you're above schedule. And so we want to be able to have a removal of the date-based closures, meaning these 12s, sometimes our operational plan says we have to close them even though you're above schedule. And so we want to get rid of that. And for Zone B, that's within schedule, we follow the Tamiami Trail flow formula. But what we want to do in Zone B, Bravo, we want to be able to have some common sense discussions when you need to open those structures, maybe a little bit, if all the conditions make sense. And maybe the south of the trail is getting a little too dry and you can open them a little bit. We want to allow for that conversation to occur. So that's what Zone B key update is about. Oh, and importantly, our goal is to have this done by the end of this year. So we all have to stay together, hold hands in order for that to happen. Okay, moving on to what happens. So COP was taking advantage of infrastructure that we all previously built together, but we're continuing to build additional infrastructure because we're still not finished. And so the SEP 1.0 is the first increment that goes beyond in the next part. Like, we continue to reconnect, we continue to improve how we move water from the central to the southern Everglades. And so that's what this is about. We're in a lot of modeling right now. We're in that model world where we're thinking of ideas, we're modeling, we're predicting outcomes, and we're taking a lot of feedback. And so that's what the team's been working on. And our goal for implementation is early 2027. Then I think this is my last operational study slide, the A2 STA. So if you go back to the map here, let me see if and you're looking at this location, right? Lake Okeechobee is up here. Central Everglades, Water Conservation Area, Everglades National Park. Here's the blue shanty that we heard about earlier today, under construction. Here's SEP North, and here's SEP EAA. So there's a reservoir and an STA. Our friends at the Water Management District did extraordinary work completing the stormwater treatment area. That's 6,500 acres early. And it's been growing vegetation and doing really good. So while they work on that, we have to update operational plans in order to press that STA into service. And so we've been doing that. It will receive Lake Okeechobee water only until the reservoir that the Corps of Engineers is building is complete. And this was another one that's in a lot of modeling. And so we provided some information to the project delivery team a while back. We got good feedback about how to optimize the benefits from bringing Lake Okeechobee water to the STA. It's important to note that this is intended to be an interim plan, right? So you have a Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, and you have a regulation schedule for the Everglades, and the EAA is going to be built over time, and the STA is ready. So there's this interim moment where you want to connect Lake Okeechobee water through the STA to the Everglades. You don't want to wait for the reservoir. You want to use that in the interim period. That's what this represents, an increment, an interim moment. And so we will be coming back to the PDT in April, late April, early May, to show you the result of our optimization. We've been working on modeling, and so we've got some homework to show you coming up soon. Okay, now moving into feasibility. What's next? What are we planning? I've got 4 highlights for you today. North of Lake Okeechobee, so the image is here on the upper left. There is the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. And we've got wetland restoration along the Kissimmee River and aquifer storage and recovery well cluster locations along the northern, essentially the northern shore of Lake Okeechobee. On the right, you can see we've got 4,700 acres along Paradise Run and 1,200 acres in Kissimmee River Center. Those are the 2 green shaded areas you see here north of Lake Okeechobee. And so what we're doing at the moment is the Corps team is requesting permission to spend additional time and additional funds to do field work along those wetland restoration areas. Actually, today is one of our big meetings to continue to seek permission to do that. So the team's got it. I'm excited to see how that goes, but we're working through a review process to seek permission to spend additional time and funds to be able to take this report to the Congress. And so this is going to focus on the wetland restoration piece. The aquifer storage and recovery piece, the Water Management District is partnering with our friends at ERDIC, the Engineering and Research Development Center, to advance the research to answer important questions. Now, I want to highlight that if you've picked up that amazing South Florida environmental report that somebody picked up a few minutes ago, was it Wes? There's just incredible science being done by the South Florida Water Management District in addition to the work at ERDIC that is in that report. I would encourage you to learn about it there as well. Moving into the very southern part of the system. Now, so you've moved away from Lake Okeechobee again. Here you are in the world, down here in Miami-Dade County. We have BBSEER, the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Study. This one, we're excited that we're able to restart the study. We were in a pause for a little while we were seeking permission for additional time and funding for this study, and we got a first increment of funds to restart the study in January and February of this year. And so we have a project delivery team. I encourage you all to coming up in April, and you're going to see an evaluation by the team of the alternatives and a recommendation of a tentatively selected plan. So that's what you will hear if you join us. Okay, these are not South Florida ecosystem restoration studies, but they're like kissing cousins, they're related. So we want to talk about them here so you know what's going on. And so these are related to the Central and Southern Florida system. So not SFER, Central and Southern Florida. These are in core world, these would be considered flood risk management business line studies. And so you're still in the same area, right? You're over here in the southeast coast, which is urgently in need of help due to sea level rise and extreme precipitation. And so what you see is corresponding shapes. Planning reach A is the red one, B is the purpley one, C is the blue one, and D is the yellow one. And so reach A is the Broward Basins, and our friends at the Water Management District are doing a Section 203 study, which also has support from the Corps for federal activities as well as technical assistance. What does that mean? It means our friends are developing solutions, and they will send a report straight to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. They've done this successfully twice, and this is their third time. So it's an integrated strategy to come up with solutions in this area. B, they're doing with FEMA grants. C is the one that we're doing together, the Corps of Engineers in South Florida. So this is what you hear about with the CNSF 216 study. You might hear that. And so this is about helping those communities have less risk to flooding that they're experiencing today, that sunny day flooding that they're experiencing today of this aging backbone system. And so we're going to focus on the downtown Miami area for Reach C, and we're seeking permission for additional time and funds as well for that one. Planning Reach D, that one is right on top of BBCR. And so if you look at those together on top of each other, Reach D is on top of BBCR, and that we would like to take a look at that for solutions under the comprehensive study, which is an authority that we got in 2022. Moving all the way up to the north, this is another flood risk management study, Shingle Creek and Kissimmee River. We kicked off this study in 2025. Our sponsor is Osceola County. It's going very, very well. And so the team has met with Osceola County and started to, this is the very beginning. So this is when you're gathering all the data and deciding what it is that you're going to tackle together. And so this is going to help that community have less risk of flooding. If you all remember Hurricane Ian and others, that community really needed help. And so this study hopefully will help with that. Okay, let's go to what are we building? Okay, so now changing from what are ideas that we have to do our homework to make sure we can justify its feasibility, and now we're going to stuff that we've already got authorized and funding and in design and construction. So the Indian River Lagoon South project is a very large project that has the C44 reservoir as a part of it. Then this is the C23, C24 stormwater treatment area under construction. That's the image that you see on the left. That STA will be done very soon. So if you're interested in seeing the construction of it, come soon. We also, the Corps of Engineers also kicked off construction of the North Reservoir. So it comes together. The STA will be fed by the reservoir when it's complete. We're under construction for the C23, C24 North Reservoir. Okay, we are under construction in Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. So IRL South is still designing some work, but is also under construction in several of those large reservoirs. Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, however, will be complete in 2025. This is one of our earlier generation projects authorized by the Congress, and between the Corps and the Water Management District, we will complete all pieces of construction this year. And so the images on the left are the pump stations that we have built and are testing already that are part of the L31 East flowway. There were 3 general areas authorized in BBCW. One was Deering, which was completed several years ago. The other one's Cutler, which is under construction by our friends at South Florida. And then you have the L31 East flowway, which is related to these pump stations. What are they doing? They're trying to redistribute, reconnect freshwater to coastal wetlands. Central Everglades Planning Project, and so this is very large, has 4 phases. We were giving you a status of EAA here. I think these are new images. I don't know that I've shown these to you before, but what you're seeing here on the upper left are the canals, the inflow, outflow, and seepage canals for the EAA reservoir. On the upper right, what you're seeing is specialized equipment that our contractor brought on site called a surface miner to prepare the foundation for the dam. This is on the middle left, you're seeing that this is a type of flowable fill or concrete that gets placed on top of the foundation. The very, very large dam that will make up the reservoir will sit on top of this foundation. Here is our own batch plant because we have so much that we have to make on site and the site is so remote. Bottom left is the cutoff wall trencher that is on site. So the dam has a foundation and it has an actual wall in the ground, very deep in the ground to help hold water in the reservoir. That's the equipment that does that. And here's another picture of the 11A batch plant. And so fully under construction at the EAA reservoir. Broward County Water Preserve Area C11 impoundment. I'm super proud to say that we were able to advertise our second contract for the C11 impoundment is here. So here's Water Conservation Area 3. Here's Western Broward County, excuse me. And the C11 impoundment is the first of 3 features, C9, seepage management. And we started construction on the C11 impoundment last year and just advertised a very, very large contract for consideration by private industry and solicitation last week. The Western Everglades Restoration Project was authorized by the Congress in WRDA 2024. Just wanted to note here that it's moved into design and primarily, and that the Water Management District is leading design and construction for the Western Everglades Restoration Project. I'm sure Ms. Parrott will discuss it. Picayune Strand Restoration Project is just like Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, will be finished in 2025. Completed at Picayune are several pump stations. The most recent completion are down here, Miller Tram and road removal was finished in the last year, as well as the Southwest Protection Feature for conveyance. These are culverts under US 41 and County Road 92. This is a 55,000 acre well and restoration area, and all we have left are these 2 actions that will be done in 2025. And so we'll be able to celebrate that. That was a lot. That concludes my whirlwind tour here, and I'll take any questions.
Ava, I appreciate that. Very comprehensive look at everything that the Corps is working on. And I think a lot of 2025 dates in there. Great momentum. Thank you. Looking around the table, John?
Thank you, Ava. Great presentations, always lots going on. I want to focus in and express some gratitude for the Corps and the district's flexibility with implementing interim operations. We have a lot of stuff coming online that is either partially built or it's components of a greater project, and using an ultimate operation plan isn't always feasible. And we appreciate that you're looking for opportunities to achieve benefits with existing infrastructure. I was hoping I could ask about operations currently on the C44 reservoir. We've noticed that we've started putting water back in the reservoir. And I was hoping you could elaborate on the strategy for this dry season with that.
Oh, sure. Thanks, John. So John's talking about, just to bring everybody else, John's talking about the C44 reservoir. We have capacity up to 10 feet. And folks, if you can see it online, you can just watch the water levels go up a little bit over the last few weeks. It's because we want to have enough water in the reservoir. It's about to stop raining, right, or has, and that STA needs water. And so we want to make sure that we can provide the STA water, not be worried about that throughout the full dry season, and have everything be healthy as we begin the wet season.
Quick follow-up, if you would, Chair. So would your intention be that the calculus is that the reservoir would provide just that amount and try to be drawn down by the wet season?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lawrence? Looking around the room. Ava, thank you very much for the overview. It's great to see all that work and momentum.
Okay, we'll go to our next agenda item, and this is South Florida Water Management District Program Project Update, and Mindy Parrott.
I think we missed an online.
Was the online you, Eric, or somebody else?
Yeah, it was me. I just put my hand back down thinking I might not squeeze in here, but if you still have time for this, I'd like to hop in.
Yeah, please go right ahead.
All righty. So we were
Ava's
really,
joined us at the table.
all right, appreciate you coming back for me. We are really excited in the COP Alt 1 operational strategy work. In that area, it looks like we're doing some work to really move away from those state-based closures in Zone A and look at conditions in Zone B to move water there again. We're not yet perfectly clear, but working towards understanding what the objectives were in making those shifts and how we evaluate those shifts. So just in general, I want to throw in a thank you and to say that I agree that it's great to see these opportunities to do some small amount of deviation. We did notice in the presentation, we didn't talk about the SPCU. So if you have any information specifically about why that's not on the list right now or wasn't in the discussion today, I'll pause here and love to hear that.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you for the question. Honestly, it was my presentations are already too long, and so I was trying to only pick and choose. But for the SERP update, so what we have recently talked about within the team is that WERP and LOCAR were authorized. And so we didn't previously have those in the analysis as authorized yet, and we're making that change in the modeling world, but we still plan on coming back to the task force and the working group and doing workshops to show you all the work that we've completed. And so I will have information for you next time. It was really just to try to limit how much I was presenting today, Eric. Hopefully that made sense.
Understood. I appreciate that. It is a challenge given the time when we're working on these things for sure. And there is just so much momentum going on. I'm looking forward to progress being made on SEP 1.0 as well. This is a big priority for us, parallel with the COP and with all the work we're doing on Tamiami Trail. So I just want to reemphasize that staying on track, on target, on the schedule for that one is really important to us. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Don't go yet, Ava. Thank you. We have a follow-up to that, but before, for our audience, the SPCU acronym was thrown out there.
The second SERP periodic update.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to tag team on that because we know that particularly in this group, there's a lot of interest in that second periodic SERP update. And Ava and I have been working really hard with our collective teams to make sure that we can that we can present some comprehensive information. I will say that we had to make a really hard decision over sort of the holidays because we identified a problem with the model. And the problem was that we didn't have enough specific information, particularly as you approach the coast, and how we have water interacting, groundwater, surface water interactions, and how the model interprets all of that. We just didn't have some of those areas built out in the original SERP model. Our team has been updating that. What that means is that it's taking us a little bit longer to have that comprehensive picture. And so I just wanted to offer the support that our teams worked together to make that decision, because we knew that if we didn't make that change now and take the time now, we'd really have to go back and take the information back to the drawing board as we built out that model. And so there's a little bit of a delay. We were hoping that at this time we would be having more information available, and we just don't. But that was a collective decision. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that we're bringing y'all into our decision-making process and helping you understand why we don't have more of that information available yet. And so our teams have been working really closely together with all of the scientists and the engineers to make that information available. And I think we're looking at being able to come back in the summer timeframe. Sorry, I was looking at Ava because I don't have that schedule in front of me, in the summer timeframe to give you all an update. So I just wanted to piggyback on that and provide that additional information for those that haven't been following it, because I know it was an area of particular interest for this group.
So James, just a quick follow-up on that, because I think I initiated this one. Appreciate it for both of you to hear an update on SPCU. As a person with modeling background myself, I understand sometimes you have to take that time to get things right at the front end. It takes a little extra lift, a little extra time to be certain of what you're doing, and then you get into that. Look forward to, and we'll watch for that email follow-up discussion on how things are going there in weeks and months to come. Thank you very much.
And I think this is a key example of why it's so important to be here face to face to hear these types of updates. Getting the modeling right before jumping into something this big is super important. And so had you not known that, you would have been saying, okay, we have a delay, another delay. But now it's a delay, and it's a delay for a really good reason, so that we can do great work once this model is complete, and it'll be accurate work. We won't have to go back and try to fix something because the modeling wasn't appropriate and we designed something to a specification that is not what's on the ground. So kudos for bringing this to bear in this group, and this is exactly the transparency I think everyone's looking for.
It sounds very data intensive. Adam?
Yeah, real quick. Ava, you were right. Keeping the slide deck, it probably could be double the size, right, if left to its own growth and evolution. One day we'd hope that Southern Everglades study or components of that would be having its own slide here, and look forward to that conversation as well. Thank you.
Adam, any hands online? Looking around the room for any hands? Ava, thanks for coming back up to us.
Mindy, take it away.
Thank you so much for another opportunity to give you an update on everything the Water Management District is doing for ecosystem restoration. I'm Mindy Parrott. I'm with the Ecosystem Restoration Division, and my focus today will be on the Water Management District's work. But it's important to note that everything we do is a partnership, either with the Army Corps or with other state agencies, or even counties and towns, and occasionally even individual property owners. So we have a lot going on in the system in all of our 16 counties. Today, my presentation is going to focus on our SERP projects and implementation of those. But I do want to bring attention to our 2025 SFER, South Florida Environmental Report, that was just published, and it's available on the website at the link there shown on this slide. And this is how the Water Management District has consolidated all of our reporting requirements, right? So we talked earlier about all the reporting requirements, not for the task force and for Congress with the report to Congress. The Water Management District also has a number of reporting requirements, and we achieve that in one consolidated report, which is the SFER. So in that report, you can hear all about the projects that I'm going to highlight today, as well as other projects that are with our other partners. And one of the highlights of our SFER is that what we're doing is working, right? So this is May 1st data. And Lawrence, if I get this wrong, please jump in. I know this is your favorite slide. But I did want to highlight this in case you haven't seen it before. We've been showing it in various forms for a little bit now, but it's really impressive because you can see before we had flow under Tamiami Trail and some of our infrastructure in place, the 20-year average in May 1st, which is dry season, water's like, below ground or right at the ground in the two circled areas, which are Shark River Slough and Taylor Slough. So with our removal of Old Tamiami Trail and getting some more of that infrastructure in place, we've been able to get water down to Florida Bay and through Everglades National Park in those two sloughs. And it's just really important to recognize our progress as we go along, and just wanted to highlight that for you today. That is also in our highlights from the SFER that we passed out. So take some time to take a look at that and see what's going on in our system. So I'm going to walk through our highlights from 2024 a little bit and talk about what we hope to achieve in 2025 before I go around the system and show you some cool construction photos. So Governor DeSantis has challenged us to achieve even more now, everywhere, all at once, for Everglades restoration, meaning let's go out and expedite the projects that provide storage and reduce harmful discharges to our estuaries. And so Water Management District is doing everything we can to achieve that goal. In 2024, we completed the SEP New Water Seepage Barrier, the SEP EA STA cells, and our Restoration Strategy State Project. We completed construction of all of those facilities. We also began construction on the WERP L28 South culverts even before the project was authorized. And we awarded contracts for several important IRL South projects and SEP EAA conveyance improvements. And also we are right there with the Corps every day, making sure that those two projects, WERP and LOCAR, which is the Lake Okeechobee Component A Reservoir, made it into the WRDA 2024 bill. So for 2025, we've got a lot to look forward to. C43 Reservoir on the Caloosahatchee will be ready to begin that initial fill work and start that testing, operational testing for that reservoir, and that's super exciting. This thing is huge. It's been a big to-do to get it this far, and we'll look forward to celebrating that with you all, hopefully this summer. We're also looking to complete Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, as Ava mentioned. We've got the Cutler Flowway under construction, and we expect that one to come to completion. SEP North, the first piece of SEP North is under construction, and that one structure, we're looking to complete that, as well as the southern diversion for the IRL South project. And then you can see here we have a list of some of our major contract awards for 2025 for the SERP program, and you see 3 of them already checked off. So we've been busy already. In 25, we've our governing boards approved 3 SEP projects already to go to construction. And we have 4 more SEP projects coming up in later governing board meetings. So we'll start going around the system with Lake Okeechobee. The low carb project, we're just getting started, having those conversations, getting the teams together to work on getting that design going, but we are underway with ASR, and we continue to drill test wells at the L63 North. That's what's shown in the photo. We're drilling into the various different areas of the aquifer to do that aquifer testing. And we are under design for the C38 demonstration facility, which will provide that water quality treatment that's required to use those ASR wells. Important part of ASR is answering all of the unknowns and scientific questions regarding the ASR activities and storage and the treatment. And all of that is in our science plan. And version 2 was published in December, and we can link to that through this presentation. It includes some of the work that we are doing with the ERDIC to answer those uncertainties for the Army Corps. So for Indian River Lagoon and the St. Lucie River, we're in really good shape in that like all of the phase 1 features are under construction, and that's super exciting. It's 4 reservoirs, 2 STAs, 3 STAs. So, you know, we've got the C44 in operation, that STA is complete, and we're also building recreation features at that site. So that's something to look forward to for those of you who are interested in birding and seeing the wildlife out there. It's pretty cool. We are under construction on the C23-24 South Reservoir. So the Corps is building the North Reservoir. We're building the South Reservoir. It's a little bit of a race. We'll see who wins. We have another piece of that we anticipate to award this year, and we'll be getting underway on a communications tower to service those facilities out in that area. The C25 RSTA is Reservoir and Stormwater Treatment Area. That's a smaller facility up here on the C25 canal. And so we look forward to getting that underway as well. So here's some pictures. This is the estuary discharge diversion. This project will, as the name implies, will prevent harmful discharges through the C23 into the middle of the St. Lucie River estuary by redirecting that water to the C44 project. So here we've got the pump station under construction, as well as one of the culverts in the area of C44. So this is some work going on the C23 related to the South Reservoir. We have to widen and deepen that canal, and so that work is already underway. So this is the C25. We have site prep contract out. It doesn't look like a lot is happening, but we are getting ready to do some clearing and set up the staging area for the contractor and their equipment. So moving on to Caloosahatchee, the other side of the system. Here's some photos of recent work. You can see it's starting to shape up, but more excitingly, I have a video for you, the recent video. Because this thing is so big, you really have to see it from the sky. This is the midrib between the two cells. This is a look from the sky near the pump station and some of the other internal and external works for the reservoir. And there's our pump station. We also have a water quality portion of this effort that will be done as a state effort. We'll add alum treatment that will help address nitrogen for the Caloosahatchee. So again, looking forward to celebrating that hopefully this summer. Moving over to Central Everglades. So this is Lake Okeechobee here. The EIA project includes the reservoir, which Ava spoke about, the STA, and conveyance improvements to these two canals to get the water from the lake to the reservoir and STA. You can see the STA is growing in. We're talking with the Corps about operations, and we've had some snowbirds visit this. So we've got some actual real snowbirds. Apparently there was a big abundance of white pelicans just recently out at the STA, so I have some pictures of that. All right, here's some work going on the North New River Canal to expand and reshape that canal to bring that water from the lake. Yes, we do have turbidity controls, I swear, they're there. You just can't see them very well. So talking about partnerships, here's another layer to that, right? So for the EAA, we're partnering with the Corps, we build parts, they build parts. And also our Department of Transportation is going to build a piece. So in order to get the water to the inflow-outflow canal from the North New River Canal, we have to make that connection under what is US Highway 27. So the Water Management District approved a local funding agreement for DOT to build not only the bridges, but the piece of the canal underneath it. And so my understanding is that DOT will be hoping to award that contract this summer, and it will take, a couple years to get it done. But, just another example of us all working together toward the same goal. So another big event I mentioned was a celebration that we completed restoration strategies. So this is some video of our C-139 FEB flow equalization basin. Restoration strategies is a state project. It's actually a group of 13 projects and some additional science work that is done basically to improve the performance of our STAs. And so we've added 6,000 acres of STA, 110,000 acre feet of storage in those 13 projects, and we're celebrating that completion and getting everything up and running and ready to meet our water quality standards. So that's the middle area between the lake and the Everglades includes those STAs. And so Central Everglades projects will bring that water from the lake through the system. And an important part of that is getting the water where we need it. And SEP North is a big part of that. So there are a great many pieces of SEP North are shown in red on the graphic. We're underway with S620, which is over here on the L6 canal. You're looking at that site, it looks nearly done, and we have had a little bit of a delay with some of the gates and actuators. This seems to be a common theme these days, but we've got that back on track, and we should be able to get that completed very soon. Two of the recent contracts our governing board approved are in SEP North. One is the L5 remnant canal. This L5 canal needs to be expanded for the additional flows. And so the first piece of that is the area in yellow. So that work will get underway this year. And then the other piece we're going to start building is this S622, which will look a lot like this S620 that you see in the picture. And all of these the remaining features are under design, and basically we're trying to get the water to flow through the more western part of Area 3A as it makes its way down to Everglades National Park. I forgot to mention. I don't have a slide for SEP South because until recently, most of the activity in SEP South was with the Corps, but we will be building structure S355 West, and that we're expecting to go to I think it's a July governing board for award of that contract. So next time I will have a SEP South slide. So moving out of SEP over to the East Coast, back to the East Coast, the Loxahatchee. The Loxahatchee River Watershed Project was authorized in MRTA 2020, and there are a great number of features. There's 10. So we have been doing a lot of data collection, modeling, and design to get these features underway. The photo just shows some of that geotechnical work that we've got going on to support those designs. So it's getting really exciting for Cutler Wetlands and restoring that flow to Biscayne Bay. As you can see on the right, our pump station S701, which is this feature right here on the graphic, is starting to take shape. This will lift water from this canal, send it through a channel and into a spreader swale to support the coastal wetlands in a more natural way. So these two contracts are underway, and our goal is to complete them in 2025. On the left, you see the line conveyance channel. This is an above-ground concrete line channel. It's starting to look well-formed, and it will have culverts under 97th Avenue. And then on the right, you can see the neighborhood that we're in. And we have a very specialized culvert that has to go under the canal, Old Cutler Boulevard, and a great number of utilities, including giant water mains, water and sewer mains. So that is a complicated task, but we're getting it done. So over on to WARP. We have a pre-project crediting agreement, and we are working on Region 4, which is the southern end of WARP. And right now we are constructing the L28 South gated culverts, which will allow water to move from 3A over to Big Cypress National Preserve. We also have under design culverts under Loop Road and 11 Mile Road. And so those will be the next contracts that we go out with. And then we're working with the Department of Transportation, the Corps, and wildlife agencies to design the conveyances and improvements that we need under Tamiami Trail to move the water from this project through the system. And so here's one more look at those snowbirds, and I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mindy. I want to say thank you to both you and to Ava. Bringing the number of projects that are being completed, worked on at the same time, you know, the amount of work that is going on the ground right now is massive. It is absolutely huge. All the work that goes on behind the scenes is incredible. I want to thank you for the photos that you bring that help lend just some scale to what we're doing, because you see a canal on a map and it's an inch long and you're like, meh. And then you see the EA, the C43 reservoir, and you see it in a video and you're like, good grief, that thing is huge. It really allows everyone here to pause and realize just how large I worked on it for so long. Everglades Restoration is. It's huge. And bringing that, and then bringing the progress that we're making, talking about where we are, hitting some bumps in the road, but the work that we're doing to smooth that out. It is part of that transparency we've been talking about, and it allows everyone to understand why it takes the time it does to do these really, really large ecosystem restoration projects the right way. So I thank you both for that. And do we have any questions for Mindy? John.
Mindy, thank you. Terrific presentation, as always. Echoing some of Lawrence's comments, just a terrific pace, again, by both Ava and the district and Corps folks. Your North New River slide made me smile. It's funny, today I actually have staff going to North New River. So I'll report back on the turbidity controls. I'm sure it looks great.
I swear there's a boom on there. It's just you have to zoom in to see it.
But no, great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Online, we have Melody Naja.
Mindy, impressive presentation. I cannot agree more with Lawrence and John. Impressive work from the state and from the Corps. The pace is incredible. The projects that the district is taking on, from A2STA to SEP North to IRL, that's like cross South Florida. I don't know how you keep up with all of this. But I want to select one project, right? Like one highlight for me is your work on the L28 South gated culverts. This is I cannot emphasize enough about the importance of this project for Big Cypress National Preserve, for Water Conservation Area 3. This will have a great impact on the landscape. But my question here, Mindy, do you have any update on the timeline? Are we like to finish the construction of this one? Are we talking 2 years down the road, or it's within the next 6 months? And then also, like, how are you synchronizing this project with the culverts along Loop Road and Tamiami Trail? Because for me, these projects will need to go hand in hand, kind of, from an operation perspective. So any update that you have would be really appreciated. Thank you, Mindy.
Thank you so much, Melody. First off, I believe the L28 South culvert schedule completes sometime in 27. It might be early 27, but don't quote me on that. I don't have the date in front of me. And we are going to work on an interim operation plan, which will allow the opportunity to use those culverts under certain conditions. And as part of our contracts with on the L28 South and as well as Loop Road and 11 Mile Road, we are putting in a monitoring station, so we have more readily available information about stages in those locations so that we can operate that appropriately. And of course, I don't have a schedule yet for the Tamiami Trail work. We're in design, and I know there's some questions on, how those features will look, what type of features they will be, and we have to get through that first before we get too far into the design. So that's happening, but we will see action going on with 11 Mile Road and Loop Road soon. And once the Tamiami Trail solution is built, then we will be able to look at that operation again and improve it.
That's great. Thank you, Mindy. You are contemplating an interim operational plan for these culverts while you are constructing the culverts on Loop Road and Tamiami Trail. Thank you, Mindy.
Mm-hmm.
John Mayo.
Chair, if you'd suffer me just a little levity, I couldn't pass on the comment about the north and south reservoirs of the C-2324 being a competition. So thank you for laying down that challenge, Colonel. I know I have staff listening to this, and they're going to start working on an award or a trophy or something for the winner.
I'm sure Drew will be excited about that. But, and all, joking aside, the work on these projects comes down to funding, right? So the funding needs to keep flowing for us to keep all these projects going. And so it's just knock on wood that we're all still getting that funding coming our way, so.
Next, we'll go to Holly Milbrandt.
Hopefully you have an office to put the award in.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as a West Coast stakeholder and a community on the Caloosahatchee side of things, nobody's more excited than we are to have water in the C-43 reservoir this summer. And I don't want this to come off sort of as a downer, but one of the things we know is that while it's a great project, it doesn't provide all the storage that we need in the Caloosahatchee. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Jennifer's presentation to the governing board at their recent meeting on some additional work in the Caloosahatchee. That was really informative, and for the governing board for approving those contracts for additional work and continuing to look for SERP and SERP adjacent projects to provide the storage that we need. So thanks.
Thanks, Holly. Are there any additional questions in the room or on the phone? Okay. Mindy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mindy, for an excellent presentation. And I really like your last slide there. If you build it, they will come. A lot of these projects have that conservation goal, and it is right there on the screen. Colonel, would you like to introduce our next presentation?
Yes, we have Cecilia Simpson, who's going to be briefing us about the Central Everglades Planning Project, or as we like to call it, CEP. We have lots of acronyms here in the Everglades. Even within the Army Corps of Engineers, we have lots of acronyms, and Jacksonville has even a larger set. So, Cece, I'll turn it over to you.
Appreciate it. Yes, my name is Cece Simpson. I am the PM for CEP South, and I'm going to be talking to you about, in addition with what's happening on CEP South, which is the LLR. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through the CEP South contracts, give an overview of the LLR. I'm also going to be presenting with Colin Sanders. So I would like, he's going to be supporting me on talking about the DPM model with our partnership, of course, with South Florida on this planning endeavor, and then also talking about this schedule with LLR. Next slide, please. So the purpose of CEP is to increase the quantity and quality of water into the Central Everglades, as well as the timing and distribution. There's 4 phases, starting with the Everglades agricultural area, which is to move new water south and store it and treat it before it goes into that Everglades. The north is to provide those inflow facilities needed to restore the water conservation 3A, and again, move additional water south into the Everglades National Park. The south phase, which I'm going to speak most to, is to remove those barriers so that flow is going directly into the Everglades National Park and have that reconnection across the Tamiami Trail. And that last phase is new water, which puts protections in place to prevent seepage and reduce water risk east of the national park. Next slide, please. The completed work right now we have with CEP South is Structure 152, Structure 633 North, which is the gated spillway, and a portion of the old Tamiami Trail removed. Currently, the work that we have going on is Contract 1AR, which is awarded in December 2022. And that includes 3 50 CFS gated culverts or gated structures, that being structures 631, 632, and 633. And also backfilling an existing agricultural ditch and removing spoil piles that are within the project limits. To the right is a view of structure 631, the foundation work as we're coming out of the ground. So there's still more work going on, but it's a great perspective of the work that's happening on Contract 1AR at this time. Next slide, please. Contract 2A is our pump station. It's 1,000 CFS with an additional 250 of redundancy. It structures 356 and also has a spillway associated with it as well. The contract should be awarded next year, and we'll be using Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding for that construction award. Contract 3B, and I'll help Mindy out with the slide, but as she mentioned, Contract 3B has been transferred over to South Florida Water Management District, our partner for construction, and we'll be constructing Structure 355 West, which is a gated spillway, and that award is projected for July of 2025. Next slide. Contract 5 has an award of FY27, and this contract here is going to be constructing the Blue Shanty levee, degrading portion of the L67C, and again, allowing that water to flow directly, or at least better, into the Everglades National Park. It includes some recreation and will also be the avenue, the contract vehicle for the LLR, which hopefully will include plugs and spreader swales, but depended on that being authorized. Contract 6 is our last contract with SEP South, and that is allowing that water to flow. So we'll be degrading that L29 portion of that levee, degrading the L67 extension levee, and backfilling the canal with the L67 extension. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is a snapshot of all the dates I threw out at you, but this is our current IDS 2024. I've highlighted the fact that we have, transferred the 355 West contract over to South Florida. So that will be updated in the next one, but just wanted to give a holistic view of what the project SEP South is doing now all the way to the final stages. Next slide. Thank you. I want to emphasize SEP South is not just Army Corps. It's a collaboration with many other organizations, DOI, FDOT, and South Florida Water Management District. And we all have that common goal of moving water and restoring water into the Everglades National Park. We've been successful by removing the Tamiami Trail, building the Tamiami Bridge, and we're going to be continuing with removal of that L29 levee and building that blue shanty so that all can access and move that water again south into that Everglades National Park. Next slide. In addition to the project that is already under construction, that 1AR, and the projects that are planned, we want to use the LOR to put forth as consideration as modifications to SEP South. And that includes the spreader swales, near L67A and the plugs along L67C. And both are going to help reduce the harmful effects of that high water velocity into the environment. And it's going to be identified through that decomp model. So those lessons learned that we're using from the modeling with South Florida. Next slide, please. Thank you. The decomp physical model is a temporary field test. We lost some of the visualizations, but it's okay. It's a temporary field test, and it's to identify and provide information on those ecological benefits and consequences associated with the sheet flow. The velocities are coming out of those gated culverts that we're constructing with 1AR contract. The effects with the vegetation, any changes in the loads of nutrients, and ultimately the effects of the Everglades National Park to the south of SEP South. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Colin Saunders. Sorry, there's some visuals that we're supposed to all come up at the same time, so I apologize.
Colin, are you available?
Okay. If not, that's fine. He was going to talk about really the modeling associated with the decomp model, and showing with that field test again associated with structure 152, just the velocities that we're seeing within the model, So as you can see, there's a higher velocities right up against the structure. And as we move forward or away from the structure, we are taking readings, and those sediments are, sorry, I wasn't quite prepared for this one. But we are seeing a lower reading as we're getting away from those structures.
We're going to
Next
have
slide.
stand-in. Dr. Sklar is going to come up and explain this part. He and Colin work together, so thank you, Fred.
Awesome.
Yeah, Colin, if you can hear me, you may be on double mute on the computer here on our platform. It looks like you're unmuted, but there may be some other microphone or setting on your computer. Just check it out.
Let's go back one slide. I want you to notice the picture on 2015 versus 2020. What's the difference? The difference is that despite the fact that the nutrient concentration coming into the culvert is 10 or less parts per billion, the slough filled up with cattails. So why is this happening? And it's happening because of the graph on the left. The graph to the left is showing that there's 3 to 15 centimeters per second near the culvert. And as you move away, you get to 1 to 2 centimeters per second, which, by the way, I would add, is what we think was the natural flow velocities of the Everglades. And until recently, the velocity, I'm getting you a little bit more information than maybe you need. The velocity with all the impediments of flow was 0.1 centimeters per second. So it's showing that the phosphorus concentrations went up to 1,500 milligrams per kilogram, and 500 milligrams per kilogram is considered to be over 500 is considered to be degraded. This graph is showing what is happening on the L67 canal. And there are 3 types of backfill components to this. There's in red, there's no fill, the yellow is partial backfill, and the blue is showing complete backfill. And what's happening here is that with no fill, the nutrient concentrations downstream of the canal went up to 1,500 milligrams per kilogram. Again, a negative impact of canal to marsh flow. And the pictures are showing the same thing from 2017 to 2020. Within 3 years, the system changes. So the primary lessons from the decomp physical model for SEP South. Without spreader swells, extreme velocities, that means extreme of 3 centimeters per second, will degrade habitat downstream, and spreader features to distribute the flow downstream of the culverts will likely take care of that problem. Without plugs or fill, the L67C canal will disrupt sheet flow and enrich areas downstream. Canal plugs will minimize canal sediment mobilization and canal to marsh impacts. This image on the right is the white is the actual backfilling of the canal. I mean the levee removal. You're seeing white, you're seeing the limestone, and to the right of that is the canal sections that were backfilled. All right, CC, I think it's all yours now.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And just that really summarizes the importance of having that model. And of course, with those model findings available, we're able to take this opportunity with the LOR to understand what modifications, again, we need to consider. And of course, within all of SEP and those four phases I mentioned to you, of course, we've had the the opportunities to do plugs and to do backfill. But within SEP South itself, we don't have a vehicle right now to do those modifications, hopefully with incorporating the spreader swales and the plugs within those canals. So just want to just summarize the reason for taking this time and resources to get it right and to make sure that we're evaluating those options to ensure that the water is moving the way that we need it to through these additional features. Next slide, please. So of course, under consideration, we're talking about the plugs along the L67C canal. So at this time, we're trying to ensure that we're reducing those water velocities and ensuring that we're moving the water from the canal to the marsh. And with this LOR, we're able to look at the amounts that we need, the heights, and you look at that data that we're getting from the model to make an informed decision on what we can include within SEP South. Next slide, please. And the final feature under consideration, again, is those spreader swales at each of those structures, 631, 632, and 633. So that we're reducing that water velocity. And then hopefully we'll be able to use that model to determine the length of the spreader swale. And of course, identifying the proper location for it as well. Next slide. We just finished the NEPA comment period. We were successful in doing 2 public meetings, again, partnering with South Florida and conducting those. March 13th was when the comments were closed, but of course, as always, we do encourage more opportunities for people to provide, or agencies to provide those comments to us as we present the information with the LLR and the decomp physical model. I've included here how you can provide that, any comments, and of course our project website at the bottom as well. And with that, next slide, that's all I had for the presentation for SEP South. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Cecilia. That was excellent. And we're going to have some questions in the room, and we'll just check in and see. Colin was having some technical difficulties. He reached out to us. And if he's online, you can open up your mic for the question and answer session.
Yeah, my apologies. Zoom stopped working about a minute before we were supposed to go on. And I couldn't get it to listen to me. So anyway, here now.
I just wanted to talk about it to the group that the really wonderful thing about SERP is the linkage between science and construction and engineering. We are embarking on ecosystem restoration, trying to get the function of the ecosystem back that has been lost. And science is so important in giving us the information that says this is what is needed, whether it's hydrology, whether it's how you're going to implement a certain thing in phase, whatever it is. Having that sound science as the backbone and the background for how we are going to go and design a project is key. And the decomp physical model, Fred will attest to, it was really hard getting that implemented in this process in the beginning. So we have learned so much from that model itself, but also the significance and importance of injecting these types of projects before we go and do a large amount of work in a region. I mean, it was years in the making to get decomp authorized. It was planned, it was executed. The information that came out of it is so important. I mean, Nick's making the comment up here of extreme flows at 3 centimeters. You would read that somewhere and you would laugh. But then here's the science behind it that says, yes, that is extreme. And if we go and we do X, Y, and Z, and we can reduce that flow rate by half, It does amazing things for how nutrients are coming into the system and how the system is going to behave after restoration. So it's monumental and that this happened and that we got this type of information and we're able to learn from it. So as SERP moves forward, having adaptive management there to say, how is it actually reacting after we put it in place? Can we fine tune anything to reach our goals? Having that sound science is just key, and I'm thrilled that it is occurring in the process.
Yeah, you were spot on with that. Nick?
Yeah, thanks for those comments, and that sort of stole my thunder too, because I wanted to highlight not only what Lawrence said, but DECOMP was a multi-agency effort, and it involved the Water Management District, the Corps, USGS, academia, and I may be leaving out others, Fred, that I should highlight, but and I get asked in my agency, well, backing up a little bit, since the Everglades PES program that I run has probably invested close to $5 million in this science effort since its beginning, and the Corps and the district have also sunk in big bits of money. And I get questions from our leadership at USGS, why are we still spending money on Everglades science? You've been doing it for a long time, we should move to another location. And I point out DECOMP as an example. I think it took 8 years to get the permits and everything else approved, to do the construction, to put the physical infrastructure in place to do the science. We were doing other science along the way, but Everglades takes a long time. The scale at which we work, the delicate nature of this ecosystem, talking about 3 centimeters of flow being a lot or above, and I'm a former stream ecologist, and again, I would be one that would laugh at that from my former life, especially in landscapes with vertical relief, and the complexity of the Everglades. So it just speaks to how we have to be willing and able in those really important points where we know in the future we're going to need critical information before we spend millions and millions of dollars to make sure we're doing the right thing.
We have Eric Stabenow online.
Thank you there. Appreciate that. Just to add in the other interesting aspect of what this approach, building it on the landscape, testing it and learning from it also does, is it's a great example of kind of early phases, and later in the presentations today, we're talking about adaptive management and what that really means. These are more early phases of how we do adaptive management. So there's something to be said about doing these model on the landscape and learning enough, and then building in both in our environmental assessment and planning process, and also in the physical structures, building in some capacity to have a broader range of outcomes, a broader range of operations than perhaps we'd originally planned or conceived along the way. So this gives us a flexibility. It's just a great example of how we can work with that flexibility and learn as we move along in these projects. Those flow rates being as low as they are turned out to be critical in water quality. We're taking information learned from here and we're applying it to other places like S333, 333N, and looking at what happens with sediment resuspension. So there's a lot to be learned and moved across between the different projects along the way. And just wanted to say this was a great report out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
So I'm really glad that we brought this together for this presentation because of some of the things that you all have talked about, how we bring science and planning and operations all together. But I want to take this opportunity to also talk about how hard this is, sort of bureaucratically. And I hate to, at the risk of bringing bureaucracy into the discussion, but I think it's an important point. So the decompartmentalization physical model took forever to get permitted and put into place. And then it took the science a while to actually collect the data and have the information. At the same time, we were planning SEP, right? DECOMP, these little gates in the levee that were letting water flow through, and we were measuring the science and figuring out what was going on and figuring out what we were going to do about these levees and how we were going to make the blue shanty work. We were planning at the same time that we were doing the science. So we ended up in a place where we are today, where now we know what we should have included in the planning. But if we had waited to do that planning on SEP until now, when we know what we want to do, we would just be getting started. We would just be getting started planning SEP. And we would not be able to implement the structures that we're building today for another probably 5 years. So the importance of that is that that's where we end up with all of these limited reevaluation reports and having to do all this paperwork to modify what was authorized by Congress in order to incorporate the reality of the science that we're learning along the way. And so when we hear that, like, oh, we're having to do all these reports and seek additional authorization from Congress, and the Corps is having to jump through all these hoops in order to get the paperwork right to keep us moving forward, this is why. Because we are bringing together science and planning and construction all in real time. And that's really hard bureaucratically, because people like to make decisions when they have all the information in front of them, and they don't like to make, well, if this, then this, if this, then this, decisions that are potentially years out, right? Because they don't know the dollars. And so it's really important that we talk about it and articulate it and help people understand that we're doing that together. And that we're looking for ways and we're working together in order to figure out how do we expedite those processes so that we can continue to incorporate the science that we're learning into the real-time features. And it's just not always easy, and it's not always easy to explain because it's complicated and it has lots of history, but it's super important, and I think we're doing a great job of it, even though we all might be pulling our hair out along the way. But I just want to congratulate the team on continuing to persevere as we work through this, because it is worth it and it is delivering real benefits to the Everglades.
Yeah, just a quick response. I agree with all that. I think it just shows, God, we need to fix that bureaucracy so it doesn't take 8 years to do some of these things next time when we want to put the physical infrastructure in to do the science. But what it also shows me is you're exactly describing the way we should be moving forward with adaptive management. Adaptive management is all about acting when the risk of doing nothing, when the Everglades is going downhill, the risk of doing nothing is greater than the risk of moving ahead with some uncertainty with informed information as much as we can, and then be willing to make whatever adjustments along the ways we're gathering the data and the science. So I think that fits perfectly within the model of what we've been trying to do for a long time.
And I like the way you expressed it, Jennifer, doing the science, construction, and planning all in real time, because that is what's happening here. And even the decisions to open and close these gates, to operate them, to collect the data, have been challenging decisions along the way. So not only the project itself or the long permitting time step, just using the project to get the data has been a challenge and has been taking concerted effort.
All right, I'm going to make a little analogy here. That Everglades restoration and first-time parenting are very similar. When you have your baby, it doesn't come with a book that says this is what you do, X happens, you do Y. At the beginning of this project, restoration science and restoration ecology was a very new thing. And we are doing it on a grand scale. And we are learning as we go. And just the strides that we have made and the information gained and how we are taking all of that together and moving forward collectively. And exactly what he said, you know, moving forward with some uncertainty, but having adaptive management as a tool to be able to come behind that and say, we built it the best that we knew at the time. We have learned as we go along. How can we tweak it to get the most success out of what we're doing is extremely important. So as you know, everyone's looking from the outside, know that restoration is difficult. Grand scale restoration is even a higher level of difficulty. And I think that, you know, having this type of framework in this committee is awesome in allowing us to disseminate that information, and we can all parent together, you know, to raise a really cool child.
Wes?
And I'll just add to that analogy that we want to make sure we get this child out of our basement before they turn 40. So we'll just keep pressing forward.
Just looking around the table for anybody and just checking online. Thank you very much, Cecilia, and thank you very much, Colin. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we're glad to have you back at another time for a more in-depth view as this continues. Thank you, Fred Sklar, for being a lifeline in the middle of the presentation. At this time, we're just a few minutes earlier than our agenda packet here, but we're going to go into our public comment section. And I'm going to ask folks online to go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to make public comment so we can get a good idea of who's in line. And I have a few in the room here I'll start with, but folks online, raise your hand and we'll just take them in the order in which they're up or in alphabetical order on the Zoom platform. Caitlin Newcamp, Audubon. May come right to the corner. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. I just want to thank all the presenters so far for the excellent presentations, and I wanted to echo some of what everyone was talking about recently on Sub-South and the decomp physical model. I think it's a testament to adaptive management and how Everglades restoration actually works in real life. Sometimes it's an iterative process, and we have to come up with ideas, like in this case, to improve sheet flow. So Audubon provided comments on that, and we're really happy with the results and with the proposed modifications. And then also I wanted to direct some comments mainly to Ava's presentation, and I'm sure I can talk to her offline, but excellent presentation, and we just want to thank the district, the Corps, all of the task force members for their continued dedication and hard work to achieving Everglades restoration. We know the progress made in protecting and restoring this vital ecosystem is very commendable and appreciate all of your collective efforts, especially when these challenges are very complex, as we've noted. Regarding the Corps' presentation specifically, I have a few questions I wanted to raise about the COP multi-year deviation as presented on slides 10 and 11 by the Corps. The presentation references the use of Alternative 1 in conjunction with an operational strategy, but the specifics of the strategy have not been detailed, which I understand to keep the presentation condensed. But based on the public presentations we received last year in June, we could surmise that this could involve aspects of Alternative 2, but we would like additional clarification of what that is. And so we respectfully request that the Corps provide more comprehensive information about the plan, including the timeline for the NEPA process and consultation, the anticipated benefits to Big Cypress National Preserve, Everglades National Park, and other critical areas, as well as the expected impacts to Water Conservation Area 3A. Additionally, the proposed changes to Zone B, which involve allowing limited flow through select structures, require further explanation for the public's understanding. And I think, she mentioned that we'll be getting this information in a few months, so we look forward to receiving that. And so we generally support the goals of this alternative, but we seek more clarity on how the proposed flow management will be implemented and We want to understand how the Corps plans to ensure that water will reliably reach Everglades National Park and Big Cypress National Preserve, and whether we can be confident that this strategy will achieve the intended outcomes for these vital ecosystems. So we remain deeply committed to the long-term health and sustainability of the Everglades, and we recognize the importance of collaboration and innovative solutions to meet the goals outlined in SERP. And we are encouraged by all the strides made, especially as presented during today's presentations. There's so much work being done, and the momentum is just amazing. And so we look forward to continuing to work with you all together to ensure that the Everglades' future is safeguarded for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. We have Ben Olson in the room, please. And we have our online commenters on deck. So if you're online, get prepared. You'll be called shortly. Ben, you'll need to hold the button on the microphone to use. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Good morning.
Okay, perfect. Once again, my name is Ben Olson. I am a landowner in the Western Everglades Restoration Project footprint. On the topic of transparency, WRP started in 2016, but a significant number of landowners who would have been impacted by WRP weren't notified for almost 6 years into the project. WRP at one time or another included land seizures, flow easements, and significant impacts to both private property and endangered species habitats, including a huge swath of panther breeding grounds. Thankfully, Water Management rejected the federally authorized plan in Region 2, where my neighbors and I reside. Some families, my own included, have lived there for generations. Currently, Water Management is working with the landowners and the tribes to determine a state-led alternative in the region, which I look forward to helping with. I'm not bringing this up to drown on the past, quite the contrary. I'm bringing it up to keep us from repeating it. From the documents I've already seen from the Freedom of Information Act, every single agency involved knew the impact it would have on our lands, the impact it would have on panthers, the flooding which would occur if the Corps' design would be implemented. They've known for years. To be blunt, both in FOIA emails and from my own personal communications with state and federal agency employees involved in WRP, members from every agency admitted Region 2 would never be implemented, and that everyone has privately acknowledged it would have to be significantly altered after the plan got through word authorization. Publicly, however, every agency, with the exception of Water Management, has only spoken about the successes WRP will bring, the restoration of the natural flow path, how it's good for panthers as a whole. I pointed this out at February's Water Management Governing Board meeting, but I'll be more direct here. The problem with agencies refusing to publicly acknowledge the issues with WRP is nonprofits then go on to proselytize the masses that this plan, which has been shown to potentially flood 50,000 acres of primary and secondary panther habitat, is amazing. They then go on to raise funds on this falsifiable statement. At least on 3 occasions, I've seen Audubon's social media accounts have quoted Brad Cornell merely saying that WRP is good for panthers and wading birds in the project footprint. It isn't, and everyone involved privately knows that except the public, and that's entirely wrong. We need to make sure this never occurs again, and that's what I'm here to do. Now that this project's been authorized, every agency needs to come out and publicly recognize the issues with Region 2 and state that they are in favor of the state-led alternative to redesign it. Without that, we have a ticking time bomb where the state administration can shift, changing the Water Management Governing Board, who then bring in a new executive team, and they mandate we go back to the federally authorized disaster to speed up the process. People coming in after the fact can never know how problematic the design of years have been, and that's what I saw time and again in the FOIA requests I've read and viewing the old clips from the task force. We have to learn from the past or we're doomed to repeat it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Online, we have Newton Cook and Mike Elfenbein. You're on deck.
This is Newton Cook. Can you hear me?
We got you, Newton. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry I can't be there today, but this nurse got me tied to the bed. This is an immense project, and every time I attend this meeting, I'm amazed by the immensity of all the projects and stuff running. First thing I want to do is to thank the Colonel for looking out a bit for the lake. We appreciate the fact that he did that. We're not going to make the 12 feet quick enough, but that's all right. We'll take what we can get for the next couple of months. And Mother Nature has been very kind and had actually a drought. So the lake is going to get down close to 12 feet this year, barring some unusual storm. And it's very much appreciated. But this has got to happen not just this year, it's got to happen next year. And it's got to happen the year after that in order for the lake to get back to 30,000 acres SAV. So it's very much appreciated, Colonel. And the lake depends basically on you, quite frankly. The recreation meeting I'll be holding Monday in the room you're sitting in there, 5 o'clock. And I appreciate the Corps coming and making a presentation. Thank you very much for making that presentation. I don't know what I'm.
Thank you, Newton. Mike Elfenbein.
Hey, James, can you hear me okay?
We got your mic. Thank you.
Awesome. Mike Elfenbein, Executive Director of the Cypress chapter of the Isaac Walton League of America. I wanted to say, first of all, I had to acknowledge Ben Olson because he reminds me a lot of me, and he sure has come a long way. And it's nice to know that in this day and age, we still have people who care tremendously about our natural resources and our wildlife, that they put so much time and energy into participating. So thank you. A lot of thank yous. One, first and foremost, sorry to hear that Lawrence Glenn is leaving, but I know that he is going to do some more incredible and amazing things for Florida in his new position. So congratulations to Lawrence, and thank you for all of your service. To Dr. Petty, thank you for always being present, regardless of the position that you're in. Your dedication is very much appreciated. Thank you for being there today, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to shake your hand. Also to Ava and the Corps and the Colonel and Corey Major, thank you for working so diligently on the deviation and finally putting us on the precipice of the end for this issue for many years to come. So thank you all very much. And then I offer you this. We use the words IDS a lot. Most people don't even know what they mean, integrated delivery schedule. And unfortunately, it's come to a point where there's so much slippage in the IDS that even though you guys tell us what it says and the dates are there and you tell us what the dates are, it's continually frustrating to see that slippage on projects that are very important, that have to be working in tandem to achieve our success. So I offer simply those words of encouragement to ensure that you guys continue to focus on that, and wish I could be there today. I am, however, in the Northern Everglades working on habitat improvement projects, removing invasives, and making the landscape better for all the critters that live here. So thank you for your time, and I've enjoyed listening so far today.
Thanks, Mike. Diamond Bergeron, please.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
We got you.
Great. Diamond Bergeron from the Bergeron Everglades Foundation. This is a different kind of public comment than I would normally make, but Lawrence Glenn deserves his own public comment. Yesterday was the worst day ever for me because I learned that Lawrence was leaving the district after 28 incredible years of service. I wish I had had all of that time to learn from him, but I feel so lucky to have gotten to know him and learn from him over the last 3 years that I've been working in this space. Lawrence, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to you. It has been such a pleasure working alongside someone as brilliant, kind, and dedicated as you. Sorry, I get emotional. Your knowledge, your guidance, and your friendship have made more of an impact on not just myself, but everyone around you, more than you'll ever know. I am especially grateful for your constant encouragement. It's easy to feel imposter syndrome as the new kid on the block, which I still feel like I am, but you've always been so warm and welcoming, Lawrence. You've taught me so much. I'll forever appreciate your support. To the district, I know that you have very, very big shoes to fill. Thank you again for everything you've done to advance Everglades restoration, and you will be so missed, Lawrence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last call for hands online, public comment. Mr. Bergeron, will you? Sorry, I missed that.
Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
You know something, I entered the Everglades 3/4 of a century ago with a very blessed grandfather that was a game warden that introduced me to this environment. So I'm very blessed from the standpoint that I'm one of the last generations that's seen it before compartmentalization. And we've come a long way, 25 years of construction. We've learned a lot together by communicating. And I want to compliment the Colonel. We've been communicating an awful lot. And we're on the threshold of a lot of wonderful things to happen. But I'd like all of you to think about the day that we're moving water south, because that's all I hear as a board member of South Florida Water Management and as a member of the task force. We're getting very close. And as I'm not going to talk too much about the Tamiami Trail. I've already told you how important. The road's going to be finished by March or July of next year. What are the other barriers that we can move water south? Colonel Reynolds had made several statements in the past that we've spent $1 billion with bridges, elevating roads. So it's important that any barriers, like the Osceola camp, has to be addressed. The airboat tours, the concessionaires south of the alley, or south of the Tamiami Trail, have they completed what's necessary to move water south? And the Blue Shanty, which I think the working force here should be highly presenting that to the task force. That's that 60% of 2.5 million acre feet. If we look at the past, the Mercy Kill in 1982, thousands of animals drowning in the Central Everglades. 1994, 98% of every fur-bearing animal in the Central Everglades drowned. 2015, 50,000 acres of seagrass is dying in Florida Bay. North of the trail is water greater than natural, and south, the Everglades National Park needs this water. Florida Bay needs this water. So as we go forward, the Blue Shanty, I would hope that all of us are pushing forward to move that up in the schedule. We can learn from the past. And as I have seen water levels in the Central Everglades, that's 1,500,000 acre feet of water above compatible water levels with the wildlife and the plant communities and God's landscaping, while seagrass is dying in Florida Bay. And I, due to all the hard work of all of us over 25 years, we're right on the threshold of being able to minimize the high water in the Central and the lack of water in Everglades National Park. And as we do that, we establish water levels that are compatible with the environment, the plant communities, the wildlife. A wading bird ain't got a 3-foot leg, and we can learn by that. Any water levels over 90 days, 2 feet deep in the sloughs affects the wildlife and the plant communities. In 1994, for 50 miles, all the myrtle bushes and the sawgrass ridges died. But they grew back. That shows you that we have to establish water levels that are compatible with God's landscaping and the wildlife. And I just look forward to working with all of you. It's a great honor for me. And we can make a difference and Florida can be an example to the rest of the world. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. You think I would know that button's there by now. And with that, let's break for lunch. And it is, let's see, the clock's a little different than mine here. I need a time check, Adam. 12:15, a solid 1 hour for lunch. We'll all return back at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. The room is live. For the afternoon session, gather around the table. We have a few more making it back from lunch, I think. We'll give them just a second, but that's about it.
Don't worry, I got this side of the room. You got a lot of responsibility. I know, don't worry. I came recharged and ready.
All right, let's call the afternoon session to order. I see Fred coming up. Fred, you're on deck. Let's see, welcome Fred Sklar for our Recover update.
You know, what you heard this morning, and what most people have now left and will not hear, the basis for the DPM, the decom physical model, started in 2007. The adaptive management for SERP was put together by quite a large number of people. But this is a presentation that I gave in 2007. And you'll notice that it's not the wide screen. I mean, I pulled it exactly as I presented it in 2007. The difference is that Recover didn't have their own logo in 2007. So I added, that's the only change I made to this presentation. Oh, I shouldn't, actually, I borrowed this from Andrew Atkinson and Jed Redwine, who presented a really nice reasoning for why you do adaptive management, a newer view. Designing and managing projects while maintaining balance among complex goals is hard. You heard that this morning from a number of people in the room about how hard it is. It requires ongoing monitoring, learning, and adapting, and mistakes can be costly. The definition that's adopted by that leadership, by the Recover Leadership Group, is that AM is an iterative and deliberate management process of applying the principles of scientific investigation to the design and implementation of Everglades restoration in order to better understand the ecosystem, reduce the key uncertainties, optimize resources, and form a basis for continuously refining the program, both its design and operations. It's based on an academic publication that actually originated here in Florida. The University of Florida is kind of the responsible group of professors that put together this 6 steps of the iterative learning process for any type of restoration effort. And I'm pretty sure most of you have already seen this concept where you go from design, you implement, you monitor, you evaluate, you adjust, and then you reassess, and then based on that reassessment, you come up with a new design. You go round and round. I'll explain a little bit later why this won't necessarily work in this room or in Jacksonville for that matter. So what is adaptive management? It's an alternative approach to traditional planning procedures for the design and implementation of programs and projects that seek to manage and/or restore natural systems. It deals with the challenges inherent in predicting and restoring large-scale complex ecosystems in the face of large uncertainties and major trade-off issues, which the Everglades has plenty. AM replaces the current dependencies on numerical models and traditional planning guidelines by applying a focused learning by doing approach to decision-making. AM, and this is an important point, is not what we've been doing for years, and it is neither trial and error or managing adaptively. And we can have a discussion, what's the difference between adaptive management and managing it adaptively? Hopefully you'll see the difference as we progress. What is adaptive management not? It is not a guarantee or the solution for all problems. Some problems are intractable or beyond the scope of an ecosystem management project. It is not justification to stall or cancel a project. Projects need not be put on hold to implement adaptive management. It is not a phased implementation, and it is not irrevocable. The decom physical model had money put aside to completely decompose the entire structure that we built. It does not mean choosing a management plan and adapting as you go through a process of trial and error. And it is not necessarily a more expensive approach for designing, implementing, or managing a restoration project. It is less expensive because it increases the probability of success and decreases the threat of litigation, which is well known to all of us. The benefits of adaptive management. A management approach that allows plan execution while also acknowledging and dealing with uncertainties associated with large-scale ecosystem restoration is a big benefit. It provides new knowledge for improving implementation. It reduces risk and increases the probability of success. And it provides, and this is one of the key things about adaptive management, it provides a foundation that promotes a cooperative and united interagency and intergovernmental approach that is essential to successful SERP implementation. One of the first things that we talked about when we did the decom physical model was to include all the bass fishermen as part of the discussion because we were backfilling a canal. When should adaptive management be used? We have to ask the question, is the ecosystem to be restored? Excuse me. Is the ecosystem to be restored well understood and readily predictable? Do all parties agree on the most effective design and operation to achieve project goals and objectives? Are the targets or endpoints for restoration well understood and agreed upon by all parties? If you have yes to all of these, then there's no need for adaptive management. If no, then adaptive management will improve project success. There are basically two types of adaptive management, passive and active. Passive is pretty much what we do whenever we're monitoring. It's the preferred course of action based on existing information and understanding. Outcomes are monitored and assessed, and design and operations are adjusted based on this improved understanding. Active adaptive management begins with analysis of the most serious gaps in understanding about the system and the designs and conducts field tests to reduce uncertainty. Active AM assumes that early investment in knowledge generation will reduce the likelihood of making inappropriate and costly management decisions. So on this diagram, the degree of uncertainty versus the amount of learning, as you get a high degree of uncertainty, you end up learning a lot from a field experimentation or an active adaptive management program. The National Research Council back in 2007 also said that there are important components of active adaptive management, and that to deal with it, you're doing an increased field experimentation to address uncertainties. You can phase project implementation to accelerate SERP restoration. Project phases designed as field experiments to provide knowledge to improve subsequent phases, and modify funding and authorization process to accommodate phased PIRs and monitoring. So back then, it was thought that that you could do adaptive management in phases, and that you needed to modify the funding of projects so that you could do adaptive management. And that is right on. This is not an easy thing to fund. The benefits of active adaptive management, you heard some of that today, this morning, when you heard about the decom-physical model. But you also will see that it provides to SERP stakeholders they can see the benefits of a project. It increases public awareness, it increases restoration knowledge, it reduces project risks, it promotes and enhances SERP active AM approach, and it has the potential for SERP project sequencing constraints or benefits in that regard. The decom-physical model information was applied to other aspects of SERP, for example. In 2006, I presented to the Army Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District a whole set of slide presentations called Using Adaptive Management to Meet the Challenges that are Associated with Decompartmentalization. The Decomp Adaptive Management Plan, or back then it wasn't called DPM, it was called DAMP. And that's because we were looking at a large plan that included doing research first on what we knew and what we didn't know. And the thing I want you to notice is that I am the person still standing out of this group of people presenting DAMP for the first time, or presenting an adaptive management program for the first time, January 6, 2006, 6 years after SERP was signed. So here's the evolution of adaptive management for SERP. In 2003, we got notification that adaptive management would be required. 1 year later, we found out that a adaptive management and assessment program, which we call MAP, was implemented by Recover. In April 2006, we created an overview of the adaptive management program. In that same year, the National Research Council gave us their opinion. In 2010, we developed the guide for adaptive management for SERP. A year later, we added Memorandum 56, which integrated adaptive management into the project levels. In 2015, we created a program level adaptive management plan. And the last one that we did was Memorandum 66, which said that Recover would help with adaptive management for projects. This is the original SERP adaptive management strategy that was developed between 2003 and 2006. You cannot see the names on the left as well as I can, but I'll read some of the names off. Stu Alpabom, Paul DeBowie, Vic Engel, Dave Halleck, Matt Harwell, Lorraine Heisler, Steve Light, Angus McLean, Carol Mitchell, John Ogden. I'm not going to go through the whole list. I'm on the list. 80% of these people have left the Everglades Restoration Program. but this was a big deal. And notice that we've gone from 6 boxes down to 4. It's the same general concept, but it's also showing that that there's feedback between the boxes. Box 1 is SERP planning. Box 2 is performance assessment. That's where Recover steps in big time. Box 3 on the bottom right-hand corner is management and science integration. And box 4 to the left, bottom left, is the update process. That's not how we do business. We do business with this adaptive management plan created by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's too bad the colonel's not here. I was going to tell him the influence I had in writing this. But let me put a laser pointer on this, because here we go. All right, there's a development phase, step 1 and step 2. Step 1 is the plan and the design. Step 2 is the implementation. So far, so good. Step 3 is you monitor. Step 4, you evaluate. If things are going well, step 5 up here in the middle is you continue doing what you're doing and you implement. You keep doing that until you have the potential to go to step 5A. If everything is successful and your monitoring says everything is working, then you're done. But this has an adjustment phase. If things don't look so good, then you evaluate. Well, I already said this. This is the line I already said. Evaluate, continue, implement. Here's the adjustment line. If things are not going the way you think, you do an adjustment. And you have a contingency plan, which in this publication is a management options matrix, that you've identified the problem before you've implemented anything, but you have identified it, it's in the PIR, and so you now have the ability to implement a change. Now, what happened with, for example, the decom physical model, there was no even consideration that there would be a high velocity negative impact. And that's where you get this line. You're adjusting to implement, but now you have to do an LLR. You have to actually reanalyze and potentially reauthorize the project because you missed something really important. And so we have spent a lot of time looking at the results of the decom physical model and realizing that we don't want to reformulate a project the size of SERP. And so what can be done today to do some modifications that weren't in the management options matrix. So right now, Recover has a new adaptive management initiative. We're pretty much done with the decom physical model. And the question the Army Corps is asking, are there any new targeted adaptive management projects that could be requested in the year 2027? Because the 2026 budget's already done. So we have created 3 targeted studies, which they're calling pilot studies, to reduce the uncertainties of a variety of SERP framework things. One's in the estuary coast, one's in Florida Bay, and I forgot where the third one is, actually. But it is also, the initiative is to do a better job of establishing the institutional and governance structure to maximize incorporation of adaptive management into CERP, because it's taking too long to implement adaptive management, and it's also taking too long to make the adjustments that you need when you learn something. And that's why we have synthesized. The last one is that in this new initiative is figuring out how to synthesize and disseminate information at both the programmatic and project level monitoring. And that is today's presentation.
Thank you so much, Fred. We're going to go to in person here and online to see if anybody has questions for Dr. Sklar.
Eric Stabenow.
Much appreciated. You know, I've seen this presentation before, something very similar to this. Really appreciate the effort put out here. The thing that stands out, and Melody, Naja, and myself were talking about this when looking over the presentation before coming here, is that back in 2003, the scientists involved were already thinking of this in CERP. We're putting this adaptive management concept down on the page and trying to build it into the process. And it was not a knock against us that we're still working our way through this, but really high praise for those people that were involved in it at the beginning. Just an impressive bit of foresight to recognize that we're learning while we go here. And we needed something more than a gentle nod towards, well, we'll figure it out a little bit later. We needed a framework to make this go. So I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and hats off to those that were involved back at the beginning.
I will say that there's, as you look at the groups that work on these large projects, there's an inherent difference between engineers and scientists. And engineers want to know what I need to do. It's very in a box, it's pencils down, it's let's go. Scientists deal with uncertainty. And uncertainty is extremely important because we all want success. And being able to continue to do science to try to bring that uncertainty down is very important. But if we went until there was no uncertainty, we would never build because there's always uncertainty. So having adaptive management and allowing us to have the pencils down, to begin construction on something, to have a process that allows us to look at how, once implemented, that uncertainty is being met, is it being reduced to a level where we see that success is still achievable, or if it's not, we have the ability to make a tweak. So adaptive management is so important in allowing us to move forward on our projects, to have the engineers happy to do that, and to also have the scientists happy to say, hey, we have a process in place that we also can, rest at a certain level and know that we're going to be successful together. So adaptive management is just fantastic, and thank you, Fred, for your contributions toward this.
Okay.
Nick?
Yeah, it was really good to go through a lot of memories too with all the names mentioned, for sure. Because it goes back, it predates, work on adaptive management here predates that actually, back then during the Steve Light days when he was here, and the CAMNet, the Collaborative Adaptive Management Network. Fred probably remembers that. But I'll go back to the very simplest definition of it. It's a process by which we understand that the risk of doing nothing is greater than the risk of moving forward with some uncertainty.
Fred, thank you very much for the presentation. I do have a couple questions here. You said there are three studies that are targeted for the 2027 budget cycle. Are those already proposed? And in next year, when they come out, if they're in the budget cycle, would like Recover to bring more back to us on those. You don't need to give the details of them now. Put it out there for the future. And like you said, there's a lot of people on this list that are no longer in the Everglades restoration world, and that certainly happens. But we're still talking about implementing, and we're just kicking off 3 studies. So here's an area where can be improved with transparency, and this is my personal comment, can be improved with transparency, can be improved with better communication on it from this group in line with the letter that was received from the congressman. So just my take on that. Thank you. Rebecca?
Yeah, this is just a little bit of SERP history as well. And when Lawrence mentioned engineers versus scientists, I don't know if you remember that when the C-43 reservoir project implementation report was completed, they actually didn't have a liner for that reservoir, like lining it in that PIR. And they got a lot of, they being the district and the Corps, got a lot of input from local knowledge in the area and from agencies that were concerned. And they did a pilot study. Do you remember that? They did like the lined and unlined pilot study. But I don't remember the engineers having such a hard time getting a pilot study approved for the C-43, even though it wasn't in the PIR. But that is kind of an engineering adaptive management. And they lined it.
Certainly is. Good example.
So shameless plug here for, well, not shameless, but Laura Brandt has been putting on a public kind of, if you wanted to engage more and learn more. For me, it's really challenging, not to out myself, is to decouple what we currently do, right? Through our PDT process and exploration and involving looking at what I would call science, maybe it's more engineering and, but this helped a little bit of decoupling of that to remove the getting out of model land and replacing that with a process to base our decisions on science. So a little bit closer of me, but I'm still struggling. And that's why I'm going to be trying to attend all of those last Friday of every month. Laura Brandt's running a kind of a discussion session. So
You're welcome.
We've been at the econ physical model for many years, and that's an adaptive management plan. Any advice on how to expedite the adaptive management process that we're going through?
I think it's natural evolution that we learned from the decon physical model all the impediments to doing adaptive management. So I do believe that as we move forward, it's going to be easier.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Fred. Excellent presentation.
Next up, something that we've, over the past year or so, we have tried to bring interesting science that's important to what we're doing to bear in these meetings. And today we have Jennifer Hecker, who's going to come provide us an outstanding presentation. I've already seen this presentation once, and it's really good. I think you'll like it. But it's an evaluation of the relationships between duration of red tide blooms and watershed nitrogen loads in Southwest Florida. So thank you, Jennifer.
Well, thank you all for making time on the agenda for us to be able to share this information. And I'm going to be co-presenting this with another one of the authors on this publication, Stephen Swaw, who's online. And so basically I'm going to start, I'm going to hand it off to him, and then I'll pick up at the end. But basically, I can't think of a better segue than what we just saw about adaptive management, because spoiler alert, all of this in the end will be the message of looking at how to integrate into adaptively managing the Lake Okeechobee and Caloosahatchee systems. So with that, I actually made this a little different than what John and Lawrence had seen before, and threw in a couple new slides for you guys. There is a new publication that we recently co-authored that actually plays into this as well. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention as well. I passed out packets to everyone, and there are some fact sheets and copies of these journal articles in those packets. So I'm going to start with the one that has to do with water quality trends. And we worked with, as you can see, quite a few different co-authors on this paper to assemble and curate a water quality data set that has been collected over 20 years by the Coastal Charlotte Harbor Monitoring Network, which CHNEP helps to fund and coordinate. But that's all the different water sampling entities in Southwest Florida. And they sample according to our stratified random sampling design. And so we took this robust 22-year data set and basically used it to estimate trends in annual mean concentrations of nitrogen, phosphorus, and chlorophyll A across the 13 monitoring strata. And you can see those pictured there to the right in that map. And looking at what trends occurred in 5-year increments between the year 2000 and 2021. And we were able to identify water quality hotspots where the annual mean concentrations were elevated or increasing relative to the stratum-specific thresholds. So we're going to cover some of that. And then we finally summarized the data from annual macroalgae transects and biennial seagrass surveys. And the trend analysis were performed on a sliding 5-year window between, again, the years 2000 and 2021 using a statistical framework based on generalized additive models, GAMs, that capture seasonality and nonlinear trends while accounting for uncertainty. And there is a QR code to the full article online there as well. So just diving in, I'm only going to cover the Caloosahatchee, and the paper covers all sorts of different systems going all the way up in Sarasota with Lemon Bay, down through Charlotte Harbor, through the Caloosahatchee, all the way down to Estero Bay. But I'm just, for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to talk about what we found for the Caloosahatchee. So one thing to note is the tidal Caloosahatchee is in 3 different estuarine segments, WIBIDs, where we have separate TMDL target concentrations, but we did basically, for the purposes of this analysis, use the lowest concentration threshold, which is the most stringent. And you can see there the stratum-specific concentration thresholds for the tidal Caloosahatchee, Matlacha Pass, Pine Island Sound, and San Carlos Bay, which are the estuaries at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee River. And there at the bottom, you see a little inset from the paper itself. And basically, it shows you if there is a trend, an upward arrow, or down if it's a downward trend, or a circle if there's really no significant statistical change. And the color legend, you'll see it's dark red if it's above the threshold for that stratum, or if it's near the threshold, it's a pinkish color, and if it's below the threshold, it's white. So basically, our findings were that there were nitrogen hotspots in the years 2017 to 2021 in 6 of the 13 strata that we studied. That included the west wall of Charlotte Harbor, tidal Caloosahatchee River, Matlacha Pass, Pine Island Sound, San Carlos Bay, and Estero Bay. And this is a direct quote from the paper in absolute terms. Estimated mean total nitrogen concentrations in 2021 were greatest in the tidal Myakka River, the tidal Peace, and the tidal Caloosahatchee River. And I'm just going to finish with this final slide. And again, this does kind of play into what we're going to talk about next with regards to how nutrients feed into red tide. You'll note there that the line in the middle of these different graphs is the change line. So any positive trends, which are bad, would be red above that line, and any negative trends are good that are below that line. So you can see here the tidal Caloosahatchee River being that top line, and then Matlacha Pass, Pine Island Sound, San Carlos Bay. And the little boxes at the top are how many years the annual mean concentrations were above the threshold for those different stratum. And so again, you can basically see that across all strata, the annual mean TN and TP concentrations have remained near or above the respective thresholds since 2016 or earlier. And at the tidal Caloosahatchee River, annual mean TN and TP, both nitrogen and phosphorus concentrations, have exceeded the selected threshold every year since 2000 or earlier. So very much something that we're trying to call attention to. And if you actually pick up the fact sheet that's in your packet, we've tried to, if you flip it on the backside, we do these one-pagers. We were talking about how fun it is to try to summarize data into one-pagers, but we created a different infographic because this is meant to be something that both policymakers and the public can also look at and understand. So we even further interpreted the findings into this graphic. And you can see if you look at this, that looking across the whole region, the TN, you'll notice all of those boxes are red. And this is the most recent 5-year window of 2017 to 2021. So basically what we're showing is that all of those areas are above their regulatory thresholds for total nitrogen, all up and down the coast of Southwest Florida. But if you zero in the tidal Caloosahatchee River in the middle, you will see that the TN is elevated, TP is elevated, and then you do see that the seagrass is declining and that the macroalgae is holding steady at a troublesome level. So basically, this is a way of taking all the information and condensing it down so you can kind of look for patterns. But what you see across here is a strong correlation between the elevated nitrogen and the seagrass loss, as well as the elevated nitrogen and the macroalgae growth. So there's a couple exceptions having to do in Pine Island Sound and Estero Bay where there's a little bit more tidal flushing. But basically across the whole region, we do see that strong correlation. So I thought that was interesting, and it really does kind of play into Corynea brevis as kind of another harmful algae bloom indicator. And that goes into the next slide, which I'm going to turn it over to Steve. And Steve, if you're online, feel free to start here at this slide, if you would.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I rely on you to forward slides as we go through this. For context, I'm a professional engineer, primarily working as a hydrologist and more recently as a soil biologist for the past 40 years in Southwest and South Florida. The study that I'm gonna, or the study I'm gonna go over was really done as I started semi-retirement with another retired engineer, where we looked at red tide and nutrient loads from watersheds without any compensation, just out of curiosity. And it led to some conclusions that I would have been skeptical of a couple years ago if someone had hypothesized these. So red tide is a unique regional phenomenon on the west, primarily on the west coast of Florida. These NOAA graphics show the blooms in early October and late November in 2022 from Hurricane Ian, early on down in Estero, San Marco Bay, and later on in late November up in Sarasota Bay. Next slide. And so we hypothesized, and it's been debated for quite a while in Southwest Florida, that it's not unrealistic to expect that there's a link between watershed loads and the red tide blooms that we experience. Next slide. The premise is that while we understand that humans do not cause red tide, it's a dinoflagellate, a natural microorganism that's in the Gulf of Mexico. But if the red tide is initiated in the Gulf and that mass of water is transported towards the shoreline, then the anthropogenic nutrient loads could potentially exacerbate the events. Next slide. The basis for the anthropogenic links, Corynea brevis can utilize nutrients from human as well as natural sources. There's been, findings in other papers, and some of the recent studies have shown a link between the intensification of events and nitrogen loads from the Colusa River. Next slide. So this study area that we looked at was basically from the southern end of the Charlotte Harbor Estuary Program to the northern end of the Sarasota Bay Estuary Program. The blue dots represent the 5 riverine sampling sites used for the study, where both flow and TN, total nitrogen data, are being collected. All of the flow data is coming from the USGS gauging site, so it's continuous. The nutrient data is collected primarily monthly. Includes the Mac River, Peace River, Horse Creek, Joshua Creek, and the Caloosahatchee River, which of course is inclusive of the large green area, insofar as it takes in discharges from Lake Okeechobee. Next slide. And the primary gauge that was looked at for that was S79, the Franklin Lock structure. This is the point where Caloosahatchee TN loads are measured, as well as the discharge flow data. Next slide. The reason that we looked at the period of evaluation of 2007 through 2022 was that the collection of red tide data became pretty robust at that point, where it was being, the intent was to try to collect it every day, as opposed to just when a bloom starts. So the data set became much more robust, as I mentioned, at that time. Next slide. And so, red tide and its movement, its intensification is complex. There's a lot of factors that come into play. But what we were particularly able to, I think, glean from the data was its duration. And we defined red tide events by two thresholds. One would be when the intensification of red tide gets over 1,000 cells per liter for 30 days or more. And then we also looked at a threshold where it gets over 10,000 cells per liter for 30 days or more. Next slide. And so by plotting all the red tide data at log scale, it became pretty apparent visually. We were, able to go into the whole data set and pick off when it got over 10,000 or 100,000 and when it receded below it. But this plot at log scale kind of makes it pretty obvious when that's occurring and how long it's lasting. Next slide. And so when we did that, the threshold of over 100,000 cells per liter, we noted that in the period of evaluation, there were 11 events that were 30 days or more, and 12 events that were 10,000 cells or more for 30 days or more. So both of those are pretty similar. When you get a bloom that goes over 10,000 cells per liter, it typically is heading up pretty quickly to 100,000 cells per liter. The one thing that we did note is that even though the intent is to sample daily, there were data gaps on the weekends typically. That's Saturday and Sunday data was not always collected, so we just noted that as something that I guess should be expected. But we go on to the next slide. Okay, so by looking at all of the gauge data and the TN loads, we were able to develop every month from all those 5 watersheds what their hydraulic load was, the volume of runoff, and the total nitrogen load, which was the total runoff times the concentration. And they tracked, as I guess you should expect, pretty closely. And the other predominant thing is the wide variability from wet to dry season in both the hydraulic and the total nitrogen load for the period evaluation. Next slide. The relationship between loads and event durations, what we were looking at is the TN loads and the hydraulic loads were both examined as potential explanatory variables. They were compared to the red tide event duration as the potential response variable. And we looked at a window 30 days prior to and 30 days after the initiation of the red tide event, with the hypothesis that the TN loads during the initial phases of the bloom are most significant. Next slide. So the results in terms of TN loads, these relationships are, I believe the top is for the 100,000 cells per liter threshold, and the bottom is for the 10,000, but the relationships were very similar. When we looked at on the far left, the relationship is for all 5 watersheds, that load from all 5 for that 60-day window, 30 days before and 30 days after the start of red tide against their duration. We got a pretty good correlation. And we went a little bit further and we said, well, what if we just started breaking out each of the watersheds to see how significant a role if there's to see if there's a role that one watershed has more significance than others. And we saw that the Caloosahatchee River, inclusive again of the discharges from Lake Okeechobee, improved the relationship significantly. And the other four watersheds by themselves, all of those four watersheds together, there really wasn't a very strong relationship. So it pointed to the fact that the Caloosahatchee seems to be a pretty significant factor according to the correlation in the duration of red tide. Next slide. And we saw the same thing with the hydraulic loads. So the hydraulic loads of the total runoff is a pretty good surrogate for the nitrogen loads if you don't have the nitrogen concentrations. Next slide. And so in conclusions, we are that if red tide events are initiated offshore and the water mass is transported towards Southwest Florida's shoreline, that anthropogenic nitrogen loads from the Caloosahatchee River can affect the duration. This is consistent with the findings of Medina et al. On several other recent studies, including, I think, the one that Jennifer cited from last year. Hydraulic loads had almost the identical explanatory power. And for the period of evaluation, it's important in this that 10 to 12 or 75% of the red tide events were initiated in September or October. That's usually the time when the blooms start. And if you look at 30 days or 30 days after, it means that the most critical load management time would be from August through November. We also noted that 100% of the red tide events were initiated between September and January. So there's a fairly narrow window. It's not the blooms don't initiate any time during the year. There's other factors that keep them at bay at time when the water's colder and temperature wise and whatnot. But most of the blooms are again in the late summer, early fall. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jennifer.
So kind of picking up from there, I think one of the things I want to mention is, of course, this analysis wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for all the sampling data that was collected by all the entities in the Coastal Charlotte Harbor Monitoring Network, because that was the basis of, again, this study as well, was to analyze that data against the red tide data. And CHNB has helped to coordinate that effort and fund that. But we also really realized, tying back to that other study, that nitrogen is a huge driver of other negative biological responses, the expansion of macroalgae, the loss of seagrass that is happening in the system. So this kind of follows what we had seen in that other analysis. And we, again, don't want to point solely to Lake Okeechobee. We do know that, of course, from the TMDL that 61% of the load comes from Lake Okeechobee, but the remaining comes from the basin itself. And so we always stress that it really needs a two-pronged strategy solution to address both of those. We do believe that better Lake Okeechobee management and Everglades restoration will reduce harmfully high discharges to the Caloosahatchee, which will reduce nutrient loading that fuels these longer, more severe red tide events along Southwest Florida. And we also are continuing to encourage and support local projects and policies that reduce nutrient loading into the Caloosahatchee watershed itself, where those also can help reduce longer, more severe red tide events along Southwest Florida. So things like conversion to septic to sewer, wastewater upgrades, stormwater system upgrades, fertilizer ordinances, all of those things help us bring that nitrogen level down that we have seen elevated for over 20 years. And I just wanted to mention that, the management to balance the lake, river, and estuary health has always been our goal. We don't want to sacrifice one for the other. We want win-win solutions that will really make sure that these things are managed in a way that is done holistically and respective of each of their respective needs. So one of the things we've created, I wanted to point out in your packet there. First, there was a fact sheet on this article where we summarize what Stephen just excellently presented into a one-pager. But we also have in your fact sheet something about the CHNP Water Atlas and a Lake Okeechobee page that we have on there. And I want to call your attention to this graphic because this is a new tool that we've developed where we have the Lake Okeechobee stage data that's being fed in near real time into this tracking tool, which has the LOSM bands, which also has the ecological min and max. And then we, below it, have the Caloosahatchee River's flow rates being fed near real time with its ecological min and max. And you can scroll it interactively to any given page or date, not any page, but any given date and see exactly what was going on in both the lake and the river. And I think that this, is a very effective tool because it illustrates trade-offs, but it also illustrates that there are opportunities potentially for some more operational flexibility, where we were able in one system to reach our target and still do better in reaching the target in the other system. So, it is, again, a way of communicating this both to natural resource managers in the area and to the public about how we have to look at these things together and make sure that we're doing things in a balanced way that protects as many of these resources as we can. And in recognition of this, many of our partners, including City of Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, and others that participate in putting together these excellent reports to the Corps with recommendations with regards to Lake O and Caloosahatchee management, they're recognizing now that in some cases, and this is an example from just a little bit ago, a few weeks back, let's see, February 4th through 10th, we were in the optimum flow envelope for the river, but we were still having that nitrogen loading that was really feeding a very severe red tide event that was going on right at the mouth of the Caloosahatchee along Southwest Florida's coast at that moment. So you can see there in the recommendations, people are tying these things together now and asking for that to be an extra thing to be considered in the management of these systems, to make sure that we're not fueling these red tides to be longer or more severe than they otherwise would be. And I know both Steve and I are available to answer any questions you have, and here is a QR code to the full article. But again, just thank you again for taking the time to kind of listen to this. We have really, leveraged the information that is being collected to try to connect the dots for policymakers, natural resource managers, and the public to understand what is happening and what we need to do to improve management of these systems and hopefully get them back onto the path of restoration.
Thank you, Jennifer. That was a great presentation. Before we go to the group for questions, I know we had talked offline. We love the tool that you have produced there that shows things that are happening, and something that we also discussed is that during this rainy season is a time that almost 800,000 acre basin is taking runoff and that goes through 79, and being able to parse out that what is happening with Lake Oak discharges and what's actually happening in the basin is really important. Right now where the Army Corps is doing recovery operations and they're making releases to the lake, from the lake to the estuary, that's not always the case, especially during the wet season when the majority of that flow is actually come from the basin itself. So if you're looking at annual means, all that's kind of pooled together. And being able to parse that out is important because we need to know where TN is problematic within each of the different sub-watersheds of the Caloosahatchee, and we all know that there is an issue with the lake as well. So kudos to some great work that y'all are doing, and I'll open up the floor to questions. Deb.
Jennifer, I just wanted to say to you and your team, I know I can appreciate how much work this is, and it is not easy. And you guys have done a fantastic job. This is something that we aspire to for Lake Worth Lagoon, and we'll be calling you and talking through some of those details, but really great work. Thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Holly.
Thanks, Jennifer, and I've heard the presentation a few times myself. And I think Steve made the comment too that in sort of talking about some of the premise is that, we've all had this sense that these nutrient loads are contributing to these red tide events of longer duration and making them severe, but we have not had the science to help show that. And so I think, we talk a lot here in this group about having science to back up those claims. And I think it's really great that this work is being done and we've been able to get a better understanding of how these things are related. I think there's still a lot of information that we don't know, and we continue to try and advise the Corps on our weekly calls about current conditions and what we're seeing. And we appreciate the fact that they've been listening to those comments and trying to incorporate them into the operations of Lake Okeechobee. So we look forward for more information in this really important events that really have tremendous ecological and economic impacts on our coastal community.
I failed to mention, but it made me think when you were saying that one of the things that we were able to do in this is actually create a method of measuring if we are able to reduce nutrient loading, how likely it would be in reducing the duration of severe red tide events, which is pretty cool. So like for being able to measure benefits of projects like C43 or anything that might have a water quality benefit in reducing nitrogen, you could actually then use this methodology kind of to reverse engineer how that would perhaps shorten the duration of red tide events. So that is something that we've talked about as co-authors, if we were able with resources to continue down that avenue of building that out and using that as a metric for kind of projecting benefits to policymakers on how these projects could help to reduce these, like as you mentioned, very economically and environmentally devastating impacts that we keep experiencing almost annually now on the Southwest Florida coast.
Still in the room? Are we going to go to Lisa?
Hi, thank you so much, Jennifer. Like the others have said, I'm really appreciative that you're doing work on the Caloosahatchee, which is near and dear to our heart in Lee County. Like Lauren said, I wanted to back him up and say, we try to be very careful when we're talking about these things because it's intuitive that obviously more load, no matter where it's coming from, is going to exacerbate a red tide that's been drawn to the shore for, umpteen different reasons that continue to fuel it and feed it and exacerbate it and cause extent and duration issues. But there's obviously a very big difference between what's coming out at 77, what's getting picked up in the watershed coming out at 79. I'd like to see more research on, for example, after Ian, and again, just to iterate what everybody knows, red tide season is pretty distinct. We go basically from cyanobacteria season to Carenia brevis season, and then we go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Before Ian hit, we had no red tide. It was crystal clear as far as you could see. Ian came and red tide blew up, and it blew up for months and months and months. And that was not, if I remember correctly, it was not because the Corps was making significant changes to Lake Okeechobee operation discharges because they were in a hold mode. It was because everything coming off that watershed, it was just completely, you can imagine, everything's flooded, everything washed out, and that red tide blew up and it would not go away. Recently, we've had, the Corps has been really steady as she goes over the last couple of years, other than last spring when they had to do some damaging discharges to the Caloosahatchee. We've been about 2,000, 2,100 for the last couple of years. And recently we had a red tide that blew up. They were doing 2,100. They never changed anything, and the red tide has now subsided. So I think we want to be careful about drawing direct lines on. We know it's all a problem. It's all an issue. I would like to see more research. And I think if you can come up with that model, if anybody can, that's going to be the silver bullet. Like that's going to be the miracle. If anybody can come up with a red tide model that says if A, then B, then C, then D. But I really appreciate the focus on the Caloosahatchee and the data. One more thing I would like to say is I'd like to see more, I noticed that you pulled up the BMAP data from 2012. but the BMAP and the modeling has been updated since then. So I'd really like to see more recent information about that loading, from the river. Thank you.
No, those are great points. And I did want to mention, like, we've been taking all this feedback and, for instance, what Lawrence had suggested with this tool, even we went back to our contractor USF, who we work with, to develop and deploy and maintain these tools. And they said, yeah, for the right price, we think we could do that. So yeah, we're working through that. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a little bit more involved than I might have thought at first glance. And if resources allow, we plan to integrate that change so that you will have essentially those blue spikes. You would have a portion of that become a different color to differentiate the lake versus the basin runoff when we're seeing those spikes of flow. But anyway, we picked that because that's where the flow data was most readily available to be able to be fed into this tool. And now that we understand that people want to see it teased out, we are developing ways of trying to attack that.
Jennifer, can I add something to that conversation?
Yeah,
real quick?
Steve.
Yeah, these are really good comments. In the time since we did this evaluation, I've been looking at some other things in the spare time. One is to update the analysis through the end of last year that would have picked up what happened in 2024. The second is to bring in the Tampa Bay and its watersheds into the analysis, which has been progressed pretty far along, and it's fairly interesting when you do that. And the third is to parse out the difference between the Caloosahatchee watershed and Lake Okeechobee discharges.
Can I just add one more thing? This is Lisa Krager from Lee County. And just the only reason I add, we're always clamoring for more information, but you measure to manage. So when you're practitioners like we are trying to advocate for an ecosystem, it's excellent information, but it's hard for us to make recommendations. For example, if it's coming from the lake, that's one thing. If it's getting picked up the watershed, no, you're not holding it in the C43. It's coming. It's got to come. So when we try to make recommendations, it's, again, just to geek out on this stuff. It is very interesting, specifically when you can break it into basins. And I just look forward to what you can do in the future.
We have on the phone, we have Melanie Naja.
Hey, Jennifer, excellent presentation. Thank you very much for sharing this information with us. Mike, and great conversation, right? There's a need to pinpoint the source of this nitrogen, where is it coming from, because depending on the source, then it's a different management strategy. But my question is that I remember back in the early 2020s, there was, the district was launching tests at the BOMA track with several different nitrogen removal technologies. Do you have any update? Do you have any updates on this? Or are you aware? I'm sure that you are aware about this, right? The district launching some water nitrogen removal.
Yes.
Technologies.
I would leave that to the district to give the latest update on BOMA if they are able to do so. But I hear you, and I think the pinpoint, I could speak to the first part of your comment, which is the pinpointing. We've actually, the lead author, Dr. Miles Medina, and I had a conversation just yesterday. I think we've come up with a methodology for being able to do an analysis that would show you kind of where the heaviest nitrogen loading is coming from. And we're looking at the Peace River watershed, but the same could be done for the Caloosahatchee watershed as well, that same methodology. So we have some ideas about how we could approach that. It's just a matter of resources. And as I think many of you are aware, we're federally funded. So we are putting a pause on that project right now, but we continue to aspire to do that kind of analysis.
And Melody, we do have Dr. Cassandra Armstrong here, who's heading up that BOMA. She can give you a quick briefing on it.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Cassandra. I'm so glad you asked that question. We just recently completed our construction, and we will be starting our study in May. We're super excited about it. I would love to take you on a tour of it if you're interested. I'm already taking Lisa from Lee County, Lisa Krieger. So yeah, the work is going to be started very soon. We have multiple studies that we're looking at to see what's the most effective way to remove nitrogen from the water, what gives us the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak. And once we have lessons learned from that project, those will be incorporated into the FEB that will start construction in a couple of years. So open invitation to anyone who wants a tour.
Thank you very much, Cassandra.
Thank you. There's no more in the room. I don't know, Adam would like to speak on this?
Yeah, so thanks. Kind of on topic, but have you looked at the wind direction and the effects of bringing it and starting a bloom and the wind direction shifts of a west wind affecting that timing of a bloom?
Yes, wind, ocean currents, there's a number of different factors that can affect red tide bloom dynamics, and we are working with partners to look at that. That was actually not a factor in this particular analysis, but we do understand that the bloom dynamics are complex and that there are other factors that play into the bloom. But it's just a matter of like, if the bloom does come near shore, then what role does that onshore nutrient loading going into the coastal waters have on that bloom? That's really what this looked at. It didn't look at like bloom dynamics beyond that.
So for what it's worth, I think there was a couple of, maybe four summers ago was a really nasty one, 5 summers ago, and it was at the same timing that the Marco course was, and that week it blew out of the west for an entire week. So, and there's been other similarities, but really nothing to tie. I think for me, it's a west wind.
We actually, I mean, one other thing is like we keep learning more things, but one thing is like even fish kills that start when a bloom comes near shore. We've been able to definitively, there's a scientific paper that's been published on this. They call it the hangover effect, essentially, where then that feeds it those nutrients just keep cycling, and that can perpetuate a red tide bloom as well. So there's a lot of different things. It's a very complicated, and we're not trying to oversimplify it, but we do want to, where we have the information of these connections, make sure that we're highlighting these connections so that people continue to invest in nitrogen reduction wherever they can.
I've seen plenty of west winds and no red tide.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you very much. Very engaging discussion and great presentation. Next up, we'll go to agenda item number 10, Florida Coral Reef Coordination Team. Vice Chair Egg Stavernal, you are on deck.
All right, thank you. I'll wait and see. We have slides up for this? Yes, we do. All righty, so I'll be speaking today. Wes Brooks is with the team that had to leave already. We're covering information on Florida's Coral Reef Coordination Team. Next slide, really. So this group has been meeting on a regular basis. We've laid out all of our meetings for the 2025. On April 24, 25, we are looking at an in-person meeting plus a field trip. We tend to do field visits to raise awareness between the Everglades restoration community and the coral restoration communities so that they're talking to each other and seeing what each other needs. So we're in that theme for our April and September meeting this year, and then June and December probably going to be virtual meetings. Next slide, please. So we've got, as I just mentioned, the work plans in place for the year. We've discussed a bunch of the responsibilities associated with the anticipated impacts watch list. So we have a document that we produced, and it has a number of items that are listed in the impacts watch list. So we've been working on that. We have reviewed updates on the water quality monitoring programs and the biological and ecological monitoring program inventory development, and have some other aspects in water quality monitoring and workshops. And that page actually helps explain this, I think, a little clearer. Next up. So here are the major categories. These are the coordinated actions we've been trying to do to make certain that the work going on in Everglades restoration upstream is tied to the benefits that we see downstream, and that we're looking for efficiencies across the programs. The first thing we set out to do was do the inventory on water quality and monitoring efforts. Those efforts are under other people's programs and counties and part of the state and part of federal efforts. And it's kind of a broad effort to bring this together under one hood. We then have the inventory of the biological and ecological monitoring efforts also underway, and the parameter lists for monitoring for the coral reef resources themselves. So those are the first three. All of those marked that we're making progress on those. I'll give you a little update in a moment. Number 4 was to identify the restoration projects and other activities that may influence nearshore water quality. The idea here was to make certain that the team members on the FCRCT are tracking various projects and activities that could have influence on water quality for coral reefs and for the coastal ecosystems. And then things to be developed in that phase were being conceptual ecological models and hypothesis clusters. It's going to sound very familiar to the Recover crew, and they recognize the level of that lift. It's going to take some serious work to do. And that develops forward into performance measures that are soundly based on those models. And then there's some additional efforts a little further down the list. Next slide, please. All right, so under this strategies for coordinated actions, we have finalized the water quality monitoring program inventory. I'm glad to announce that today. We are making real progress on the coordinated action 2, the biological and ecological monitoring. We've made real progress under the parameter list under coordinated action 3, and we're working on prioritization because we have to be careful about making sure we're monitoring where we get the most effective use of what's already out there on the system, but also the most appropriate use of those things that are valuable to the coral reef ecosystem. And then we're in these next meetings going to be discussing those initial steps for the development of conceptual ecological models and hypothesis clusters. So this is all things that we're covering in our April meeting just around the corner. Next slide. Just a brief list of our whole membership. You see we have very little updates going on right now, vacancy with NOAA, but we have a interim in place, so we're good there. And with that, I'll open it for any questions.
Eric, thank you very much. We're looking around the room. And Adam, checking online. Eric, you said your next meeting is April?
Yep, we were aiming to do this right at the end of the GEAR conference and then take advantage of people being together in town and making that. And they've also got time off of their week planned to be attending that conference. So we were trying to be smart about it there. There's obviously some changes going on that have been brought up about GEAR, but we're still holding to those meeting dates and moving forward, make a good plan, make it happen.
Excellent, good to hear. The regular meeting frequency your team has held has really helped get these really good products out.
Yeah, I'm got to give a lot of credit to the team, Haley there in the room behind you, and Sam, who works with us as well, have just been doing really great work for us and making this happen. So they're the horsepower behind the team. Give the credit to them.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Haley Mitchell. I work with the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives as a research coordinator, and I'm here to give our talk on our invasive species team. So we have a couple updates here. I know a lot of you guys are familiar with some of the terminology that we'll use, such as WRDA and some of the forms that we've talked about, but I just kind of wanted to run through it for people who may not be as familiar with it and some of the verbiage. So we're going to discuss WRDA 2020, our invasive species tool, and our priority list of species we have going, and then our next steps that we're working on to continue our work with the invasive species team. So for starters, this is WRDA 2020. I know it's a lot of words. So if you guys see these 2 arrows up here, that is part 1 and 2 of section 528 that we have kind of been using as our guide when it comes to the invasive species team. So right here, part I, there's a little blue circle. Again, I know it's hard to see. So we believe that all of these green check marks from part I are completed. So this section is done. So now we move on to the red circle here, which is part 2 of WRDA. So when you hear me refer to part 1 of WRDA as being complete, we refer to the I under the number 2 with all the green check marks is what the invasive species team has already done thus far. But right here, if you look at section 2 of WRDA, it says to develop innovative research strategies and tools for eradication of listed invasive species. So that's the current step that we believe that we're on and that we are executing and working towards right now. So a lot of you guys are familiar with our invasive species tool. Right here, we use this as a tool to actually have experts and scientists enter in data on different invasive species to then create a statistical analysis that's run to determine the list of priority species from, I guess you could say, most problematic to least problematic from what we have evaluated. If you guys are able to scan this QR code, that will give you a pre-drafted email if you or somebody you know would like to get login credentials to send in more entries for this list. I know a lot of you guys in the room have either sent in multiple entries or are part of the invasive species team, but we're always looking for more entries, so have that there for anybody if they'd like to use it. And then this is our current list for our priority list of invasive species. This is a working list. It's constantly changing. Right now, we have birds and mammals. Those are the two taxa that we do not have on this list yet, just because we don't have enough entries to be validated and be shown to be statistically accurate. Invertebrates, we have just enough entries for our invertebrate taxa to make sure that those have actually entered the priority list. And then when it comes to herpetofauna, plants, and fish, we have a good number of entries on here. So if you look at the list, that's what makes up a majority of these entries. Doesn't matter what you specialize in, whether we already have them on the list or if they're not on the list yet taxa-wise, the more entries, the merrier, and the more statistically accurate it makes this list. So like I said, if you or anybody you know would like to submit entries or submit more, please reach out to me and we can get you guys set up for that. And so next here, I have two little screenshots, but if you guys look at the QR codes in the corners, on the left side of the screen, you'll see our strategic action framework. On the right side, you'll see the case studies. The QR codes there lead to the full document, and the one on the right side leads to the website for the invasive species team on EvergladesRestoration.gov. If you scroll down on the invasive species team, you'll actually be able to see and click on all of these individual case studies. We have 9 going. And so I put the strategic action framework up here as a little snapshot because I want you guys to focus on the last paragraph, which states the framework seeks to help decision makers understand the connections between goals, strategies, and tactics, maximize the extent to which the current capacity for partnership is leveraged to meet common goals, and help decision makers make wise and timely investment decisions in the battle against invasive exotics. So when it comes to this framework, we use it to help advance the group, and some of our progress we have to show from that would be our 9 case studies. So with the framework here, we have created these case studies, and a lot of these have been done over the last decade. And we highlight programs in each phase of the invasion curve, which would be prevention, eradication through early detection, and rapid response, which you see referred to as EDRR, containment, and then long-term management and resource protection. So a lot of these were updated in 2020, which leads me to what we have next is we're continuing to work on part 2 and implement more of those invasive or innovative research strategies. We're looking for more entries always for our invasive species tool to make it stronger. And then, like I mentioned, those case studies, what our team is looking at right now is reading through the case studies, seeing if there's anything that we can change, and potentially coming up with new species for future studies. Because as a lot of you guys know, working in Everglades, we have an area that is great for a lot of species that are not from here, whether they're invasive or non-native or exotic. So, you know, the difference in eradication and species that we have from the last 5 years could be drastically different even 5 years from now. So we're going to get with our team and different experts to review that and see where we can take that. And with that, I will open the floor for any questions.
Haley, excellent presentation. Thank you. I'm going to echo what Eric said, and thank you for doing a lot of the work on this team and really keeping us together. Looking around the room for questions. We'll give the online folks a moment. Adam, you got any online?
Nope, but great job, Haley, in keeping this moving forward and keeping this topic relevant and in front of you all and members of the public. If you all know of folks that are watching this can contribute to the species that we need support in to validate and to understand their implications on the landscape, would be much greatly appreciated. Thanks again, Haley. Great stuff.
And a big thank you to everybody who's run a simulation. My last check, few months ago, we're over 330 simulations have been conducted on there to build this tool. So that's a good amount of people that have really contributed to this, and we appreciate it. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes to run a simulation if you're using Google as your backbone to get some of the information of that species, because you may not know it. Those that have contributed, we really appreciate it. Haley, great job. As we look into part 2 on the innovative strategies, we hope to get some case studies that highlight that.
Yeah, just as a reminder, there was a link or a QR code that if you scanned it, it'll bring up an email, pre-populated, pre-typed. All you just got to do is hit send.
All right, thank you, Haley. All right, that moves us into our second public comment period for the afternoon. So we're going to move into our second public comment. I have one card for in the room here, and I'd like to ask that anybody online, please raise your hand in preparation for moving to online public comments. Mr. Olson, please join us at the table. Thank you.
You assume that was me, so I got it before you called my name. A question I've had about work, which has boggled my mind for a while now, was how did the federal government end up with such a poor design in Region 2 to be pushed through word authorization? I did a lot of digging into this because when you're told that the natural pond that your mother swam in as a child was an unnatural pinch point and that your personal knowledge of the flowway must be wrong, you get a bit personally involved. After finding ample evidence that the natural flowway was the West Feeder Canal, not the Kissimmee-Billy Strand, I finally demanded the FOIA requests I had for the Corps under threat of lawsuit at a working group meeting last year. Colonel Bowman was just coming into the job, but he showed great integrity and immediately had the FOIAs produced upon. And among so many other things, I found my answer to the natural flowway origin mystery. The quick summary is a former Seminole employee, not a tribal member, mind you, made it up. The employee no longer works for the tribe, but I was able to track them down, and they admitted they came up with it because it looked that way to them. There was no real evidence that she could provide that she concluded on this. On the contrary, any evidence would point in the opposite direction. But that one lie by a staffer led us to waste years and millions of dollars developing an entirely flawed plan, which ultimately got authorized despite everyone knowing it was wrong. I'm not going to sit here and list the abundance of issues that's wrong with this situation. Instead, I'm going to insist upon change. I still haven't had production on multiple Department of Interior FOIA requests. I still don't have answers as to why there's no mention of impact to panthers in Region 2 in the biological opinion other than in the North Feeder STA. I shouldn't again have to threaten to sue the feds to get more information on this project. Something has stuck with me, and that was reading Miccosukee Representative Kevin Kniff back in 2022, then an employee of the Seminoles, stating in the closed-door WERP restart meeting that previously the Seminole tribe felt members of the public had been given too much of a role, and he asked how WERP would keep the public in their proper role, meaning a secondary role, to what he designated as key stakeholders, such as the tribe. This project was an abject disaster because the public was kept out of the loop. WERP and the greater SERP process needs drastic reformatting. There needs to be an overhaul on public input and oversight. I shouldn't be limited to 6 minutes publicly to talk about a project I've spent well over 1,000 hours researching on my own dime. I ram too much into these speeches and then stumble all over myself. If SERP is going to be successful and dates are going to stop shifting right on the IDS, the task force and the agencies involved need to become wholly transparent. I'll be reaching out to the DOI Solicitor's Office about my FOIAs, but in the meantime, I'm calling on this working group and science coordination group to set up some form of public audit, unswayed by the agencies, the tribes, or the nonprofits, a database that anybody could access or interact with, no more secondary stakeholders. And I'm happy to help you guys with that because I have a feeling WERP was the rule, not the exception. Although the room's pretty empty, I had written down, you have a treasure trove of brilliant minds that engage in these meetings. And I think that's still true. There's just not people sitting behind me right now, but utilize them because they can help you guys. I'm going to get the answers to these questions, but I'd really rather you work with me and start to ask them yourselves as well publicly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Online, I have Newton Cook.
Yes, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers. Sorry, cutting off this morning, but I had a visitor to my room. Home now, thank God. Um, First of all, these are great meetings. I think I've said 100 times I enjoy these meetings because you have the people who are really in the know there, and always glad to hear from them. Uh, I want to again thank the Corps and the Colonel particularly for at least giving consideration to Lake Okeechobee and also to WCA3. The water depths down there have been atrocious, destroying the tree islands. And just as high water destroys the lake. And we've got to get this water moving and get it out of there and start thinking about the habitats that are important. Decomp. It's like deja vu all over again. Decomp's 20 years old plus. I used to give a speech at the Water Management District, and it's called "You Can Make It Worse." I want to know about these culverts in the L67. I want to know about public access from the canal into the marshes. Everybody depends on L67. It's kind of like the highway from Alligator Park, all the way down to 41. We're not going to shut off those access points to the marsh. I can line up 500 people in front of you in 30 seconds if that becomes a possibility. The other thing is I wish sometimes the river grass had never been coined. We did not have a river of grass. The Everglades was pineapple trees. Then it went into a bit of grass, and then it went into ridge and slough. And that is why Betty Osceola has her problem, because we never had a slow millimeter per second flow of water through the Everglades, except rarely. We have a wet season. The water flows fast, high velocity, cut the sloughs, built the ridges. Dry season, it could go completely dry till there was only sloughs, dead, stank, dirty sloughs. But that's the greatest thing you could ever have for the ecosystem. I grew up in the Mississippi River bottoms. I know what ridge and slough is. I know what grass marshes are. And what we did was we built levees and dug canals and ruined that. But we don't need to go back and make it worse by filling in the access points from the levees on the levees, because the sloughs are your old are the canals today. The canals are your sloughs, and the levees are your ridges. And the animals cannot afford those things disappearing. So thank you very much. But this decomp situation is going to be very interesting, and I'd like to hear about where those points are going to be, access points are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Newton. Any additional? You have Mike Elfenbein online?
I'm here, James, if you can hear me.
We got you.
Hey, thanks, James. Great meeting today. Really appreciate it. Again, wish I could have been there. And I only have 3 minutes, and we're not going to save the world in 3 minutes. But there's something that's stuck out of the afternoon presentations in my mind, and kind of relates to something I've said for a long time. And I think I just observed it, right? And that was Fred Sklar's presentation, reflecting on his presentation from 2007, and recognizing that he's the last man standing, and reflecting on Lawrence's comments earlier that it's better to do something than to do nothing. To that extent, I didn't quote him correctly, Lawrence, forgive me. But my point is this, is that the things we're talking about today won't be realized if we're lucky for another 20 years. And most of you, if not all of you, if you're fortunate enough, will have had a successful career in government, and you'll be gone. And right or wrong, whether those decisions you made are good or bad, at the end of the day, nobody will be around to be held accountable for that. And as you look back at the Everglades and restoration and all the work that everybody's done, there is no accountability. We're left with a damaged resource as a result of no accountability. And Everglades restoration is great. I will continue to advocate alongside all of you to see this through to the end. But to Ben Olson's point, a lot of people have been left out of the conversation for a long time, and that has changed, thankfully. But do you really have all the pieces of the puzzle before you put the puzzle together? And who's going to be around when you're done with the puzzle to say yay or nay? So thank you again for this wonderful meeting. Thank you to the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives, Adam and Kevin, for your diligence in putting these meetings together. And thank you, James, for being the chair. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Last call for online. Okay, thank you. So it's the closing of the second public comment period. Now our agenda calls for, let's see what it's titled. It's titled Closing Comments, I think. We're going to retitle it on the fly. Members whip around in comments. And I'd just like to start with saying the Colonel has left the room. But a thank you to everybody in the Corps and everybody in the Water Management District who has worked on the recovery operations on Lake Okeechobee. It's really important for Lake Okeechobee. It is heading in a right direction. I had the privilege to be out on the lake recently with the Colonel and some staff members, and everywhere there's an exposed mud flat, everywhere there's a line that's exposed has emergent vegetation growing on it. We were not doing sampling of SAV on that trip, but I imagine if we were looking for SAV in some of those areas, we would have found them. And we got beyond into the bulrush wall and beyond the bulrush wall. The bulrush wall separates the deeper water, which is more turbid, and then the inland waters on the western marsh. We got beyond that bulrush wall into the marsh area. The water was crystal clear at about a foot deep, still enough to us to move the airboats and float, and flush with vegetation coming back. It was really good to see. I think it is heading in the right direction. On that note, we have been actively trying to have controlled burns on Lake Okeechobee all season. We had a target of 40,000 acres of controlled burns on Lake Okeechobee. Our staff is actually playing with fire when you do a controlled burn. So the permit is issued the day of the event, but I'm happy to say today we have set up, and FWC will be going out with a press release today that we're staged to do a control burn in cooperation with Florida Forestry tomorrow and other partners tomorrow on Lake Okeechobee. And if we wake up and the weather is correct, that permit will be signed and that burn will go off. It'll be really good for those inland marshes that need that repetitive 3 to 5 year cycle on a burn and haven't been burned for about 8 years because of the water levels. So I'm really excited about that, and you'll see the news release and you'll see it in the news. It's going to be really big tomorrow if the weather's right. Thank you. Just pass the baton right down the line. We're going to go right around the room for closing comments and remarks. Thank you.
Just real quick, it's Nick Alman. A couple of people have asked me about GEAR conference. GEAR is going to happen. It's probably going to be smaller than it usually is, but there certainly will be a critical mass, and depending on the numbers, we were at the beginning busting at the seams. We actually had the largest conference going that we've had since its inception, with 43 contributed sessions and jammed up poster rooms, and now we're down to I think 330 total attendees right now, pending hopefully no more, news about not being able to go for different entities. But we probably will cut out one session room and just have 4, and there'll be some other cutbacks too to try to keep it financially sustainable. But there will be GEAR. If you have any questions, just grab me afterwards.
I'd just like to say what an honor it has been working side by side with each of the representatives here on the working group and the science coordination group and members of the public and stakeholders. It's been a true honor. I want to thank you for all the well wishes that I've received during lunch and just in general. I think I'm most proud of helping to bring recover and science discussions back into the forefront in these meetings. It's super important. It was super important to me. We've talked about how important sound science is and guiding everything we're doing, and that's a good legacy to leave behind. I know you're going to be successful. I'll be watching from the wings, super proud, and I would like to respectfully request permission to take my nameplate with me. That's what I have. Thank you so much.
Approved. Holly?
I just wanted to make one quick comment, which yesterday was the organizational meeting for the Sanibel City Council. Councilwoman Holly Smith, who serves on the task force, was elected by her peers to serve as the vice mayor. This will be her second stint in that role, so just congratulations to her.
Rebecca Elliott, FTAX, and Lawrence, I'm going to miss you being here at the district. I'm going to miss you being on Recover and all kinds of teams. But I think going to Tallahassee, you'll actually be working with a lot of my associates. So this is a good thing. And I really wish you the best in your new role and that you get a lot of good work done. I know you will. But to that end, the Office of Agricultural Water Policy that I work for has just gone past a major milestone that we have completed all of the updates for the best management practices for agricultural commodities. And we also now have small farms as well, which will cover like quite a variety. And all of those are in effect, I think, as of March the 12th. So there's big smiles on all the faces up there in Tallahassee right now in the water quality area. So just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And again, James, I may send you like the links and things if anybody wants to look into it further. But yeah, it's a big month, the Office of Agricultural Water Policy.
I just had a couple closing comments based on today's discussion. I wanted to start with like communications. I think that's so important, science communication. And listening to the discussion about the IDS, I really personally think that there's value to both things, that the current one-pager almost serves different purposes and reaches different audiences. And so that maybe it'd be a benefit to keep that, but also do the GIS deeper dive for those who want that level of detail. The next thing is the Caloosahatchee in Southwest Florida. I just wanted to highlight that I hope the takeaway that you get is something that we're experiencing is that in Southwest Florida, everything is actually really not headed the right direction. We're seeing continued, we just actually looked with the Southwest Florida Water Management District at the latest seagrass surveys going down into Upper Charlotte Harbor, and things are continuing to drastically decline all up and down the coast. The Caloosahatchee being most notably one of the ones that was earliest to decline, but now other systems like Charlotte Harbor, which were previously very healthy and stable, are actually precipitously declining now. More macroalgae everywhere and less seagrass. So I just wanted to kind of raise that up as a real thing that we need to consider with management, because I'm great. I applaud what's happened with Lake Okeechobee, and I think that, of course, indirectly benefits the Caloosahatchee, but there's definitely more that needs to be done to protect the Caloosahatchee. I wanted to say something about like some of the comments that have been made over the day about adaptive management. I think there's new science. We're dealing with changing conditions, obviously, and future conditions are not going to look like historical conditions, and a lot of our modeling and stuff and benchmarks for things have been based on historical data, and we're moving to using modeling to map and model future conditions, but that's based on the best available science, and that is rapidly changing. We host an annual meeting of the best scientists in the region who are working on looking at future projected conditions, and I can tell you from year to year, it is amazing how much different everyone's expectations are. So I just think that that's really important to keep in mind for Everglades restoration, is like, of course, it was built based around the best available data we had at that time. But even if we're successful, we're likely to have to adapt because the conditions are no longer what they were when those projects were designed and even when they're implemented. And then the final thing is I just want to echo everyone in saying thank you to Lawrence Glenn for his service in leading the science coordination group. It's been a pleasure to serve under your leadership, and I wish you all the best. I hope our paths cross again sometime. I don't go to Tally, thankfully, that much anymore, but maybe we'll run into each other. So thank you.
John Moore with DEP. I had just a few quick comments as well. And I wanted to save this specific comment for the back end of the meeting. I know we had some time constraints on the front end, but it is specific to the congressman's letter and the colonel's push to mobilize a team to address transparency in that regard. When I had read his letter, my mind initially went back to 2011. In 2011, our state's chief financial officer at the time, Jeff Atwater, brought aboard FACTS, which was the Florida's Accountability and Contract Tracking System, which in essence completely changed the way the state did business. It obviously brought transparency to the contract management, the purchase orders, the grants that were being executed, and created a single platform online and a portal style for the public and anybody to go in and access those documents in real time. When when that went on, there was an abundance of far-reaching impacts, as you can imagine, across the state. Like I said, it changed the way we did business. It shed light on efficiencies within that process and deficiencies. It opened eyes to trends that existed in those processes that later influenced policy decisions. It drove down costs. It benefited the taxpayer, and the list goes on. I can't help when recognizing the magnitude of the financial obligation that these projects have tied to them, that there's a parallel there. And I think I just wanted to emphasize the importance of as the colonel phrased it, IDS 2.0 and that visual aspect and that singular online spot for the public to get in and look at these project updates in real time. I think there could be very serious, real, and beneficial, far-reaching impacts when that gets aboard. It's a Herculean effort, but I just want to express again DEP support in that regard and the importance of that coming online. Outside of that, obviously, Lawrence, I'll echo everyone's comments. You're not only at any given moment one of the brightest in the room, but certainly also one of the kindest and most supportive. And as you reflect on a decorated 28-year career, it should be no surprise to everyone the success that you're leaving in your wake. And I think that's a testament to, again, just you being a kind and supportive person. You bring out the best in those that are around you, and that I think that means a lot to a lot of folks. So I speak on behalf of a lot of people at DEP. We are very excited to have you. We're very lucky to have you, and look forward to it.
Great meeting, great discussions. I really want to jump on the Lawrence Glenn train today. When I started here 7 years ago, I didn't know how to spell Okeechobee. For that matter, I probably couldn't have spelled Martin. And Lawrence was just one of those people that opened his arms and his smile and his bone-rattling high fives to make me feel part of the group and not so insufficient. And to that point, and dovetailing off of John's comments about the response to Wasserman Schultz's letter, I want to add in that we can be super good as a group of collaborators on Everglades at analyzing things and developing tools and things like the IDS. I mean, that is a crazy, miraculous document. But if it doesn't get delivered, it's somewhat meaningless. And I want to emphasize that I think we all of us, need to continue to engage and enhance our relationship building with those folks and being able to deliver that document and those tools and to build those relationships. And, a lot of times my observation is that with things like Everglades Restoration, you have a lot of science, you have a lot of process, design, really smart people really doing really great things. And that's kind of the game that we're watching, but really the game that's being played is with relationships. And Lawrence sets the bar for that. He really is the gold standard for how to work collaboratively with people and move that relationship beyond a professional point to a friendship point where the phone rings and you're excited to talk to that person, and then the collaboration is just that much enhanced. So thank you, Lawrence.
We are having a love fest for Lawrence today. Lawrence, what year did you start water management? Okay, I started in 97. Okay, I worked 16 years for South Florida Water Management District, so I didn't know Lawrence the whole time, but he was a legend. He was legendary. So when I was working on the Kissimmee River restoration, we're blowing up structures, and I'm working on Lake Okeechobee muck removal with Don Fox. Don Fox would go from FWC, would go on and on about Lawrence Glenn, Lawrence Glenn. He was like a unicorn. So he's still like a unicorn. I think it's a huge loss for Water Management District. It's a huge gain for the DEP. Lee County, it's kind of good and bad, I suppose, but we have a very robust relationship with the dear people at the DEP just because we've got to, we're living in BMAP world and TMDL world. So I'm very happy you're going to be there, and we are going to get to continue to work with you. And following up on what others have made comments about the IDS, it's one of those things where I iterate what John said, and also, how people love what they understand. So we keep doing this work, and it's really important to have that advocacy. And I think if we can make them under that, the nebulous they understand it better, this is a way for them to love it and be engaged and continue to support everything we're doing with funding and, political stances and bills and everything else. So I really, really appreciate all the great presentations today. I don't get to attend these meetings because Roland does, but I really appreciate it, and it's been a good day. Thank you.
Afternoon again, everybody. Whitney Sapienza, representing the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Really appreciate all of the content from today's meeting, particularly highlighting some of the tools that were shared with us. I think those are going to be really helpful, and I'm happy to bring those back with my colleagues too. We will have quite a few folks at the GEAR conference, so there will be representation from the Seminole Tribe of Florida staff. We're happy to be there and participating. And in regards to a couple of exciting things, the Seminole Tribe's proposal was actually selected out of the EPA South Florida grant. So we're anticipating award hopefully this summer, and it's focused on water quality monitoring and modeling. We're utilizing or proposing to utilize some remote sensing to be able to better predict harmful algal blooms as well as forecast nutrient loading within the water column. And our focus area is adjacent to the Brighton as well as the Big Cypress Seminole Reservation. So interesting things on the horizon for us, and we'll be happy to share anything we learn in regards to that workflow. And it is a 5-year performance period that we're working on, so we have some time essentially for the development of the tools that we'll need to be able to implement and then forecast as we're moving forward. So we'll be excited to share with the team here. Thank you.
Don't get up yet, folks. We have online members that would like to give some respect to. And Lisa, you mentioned Don Fox. I'll just give a shout out here. Don Fox just received the Lifetime Achievement Award for FWC, the Lewis Humphrey Lifetime Achievement Award. It's a great honor. It also comes with a $5,000 check, which is very unusual for state awards, and in his retirement from FWC. So a big shout out to him.
He deserves it. That man's passion is incredible. And I spent so much time with him on Lake Okeechobee doing things. And I can't think of a more deserving candidate.
Yeah, 42-year career with FWC, all of it spent on Lake Okeechobee. And when I started in South Florida, actually when I was in college in South Florida, he was the person I reached out to learn something about Lake Okeechobee. So it was an honor to work with him at FWC. We're going to go right to our online folks now. Larry Williams.
Yeah, thanks, James. I want to start by congratulating Lawrence on your new position. And Lawrence, thanks for all that you've given us. And I'm glad you're not going too far. I take comfort in that. The other thing I wanted to share is we've been having some discussions with some of the partners here about the need to do some forward-looking work on panther recovery and making sure that we keep panther recovery compatible with Everglades restoration. And in the past few years, we've had a few instances where there's been some a little bit of conflict between the needs of panthers and some of the restoration projects. And we've always been able to resolve it, and people have done a wonderful job of resolving those things. But those of us who kind of follow that can see the need to do more of a forward look at how is Florida panther recovery going to line up with Everglades restoration. And I'll just give a few examples. Some of you probably remember when we were working on the Southwest protection features for Picayune Strand, we were hoping to get a wildlife crossing incorporated into Highway 41 there. And ultimately, we weren't able to do that, and that's okay. As we were working on WERP, we had to get a couple of panther crossings incorporated into that project design. And then working on LOCAR, the LOCAR reservoir would impact several thousand acres of panther habitat, and that can be mitigated. We've got a plan for how to mitigate that, but it will be a significant impact. And then recently, the BOMA project is going to have some impacts on a couple of panther crossings under State Road 82. And again, the people working on that have done a wonderful job of resolving it. But in each of those instances, I think that if we had done some early planning, we probably could have minimized the conflicts, between the restoration project and the needs of panthers. So we'd like to bring something in a more formal way to the working group and the science coordinating group so that we can together, take that forward look at, what's the future with restoration projects and what's the future future things that panthers need for recovery. So I wanted to mention that to the whole group here. I've been discussing that with a lot of people individually. And if anybody wants to discuss it more, please get in touch with me. Glad to give you more details and brainstorm ideas. But most importantly, we would like to get the assistance of the working group and the science coordinating group, looking forward so that we can minimize any kind of conflict or problems between panthers and restoration projects. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Eric Stabenow.
Ready. Well, good afternoon. And on the same theme that Lawrence brings up here by stepping out is it's got me thinking about being blessed to be on a restoration program of such a scale that we have to consider what communication looks like for the changing of the guard. We have to have a plan that makes sure that we're holding that information and sharing that well with each other. And we have to do that in ways that it's in our products, it's in our plans, it's in everything that we do. And I think we do well on it in some areas, pretty well on it in some areas, but there are some other parts of this that we can do better. The efforts with the IDS now, I think are on the right track, and that's good to hear today that we're doing that. So, Lawrence, you'll be missed here, that's for sure. It's been a pleasure. Okay, thank you.
Melanie Naja.
Okay, continuing on the love fest, Lawrence, you will be missed. You are a great scientist. I always enjoy working with you. I love how you tackle things. You are always trying to find common grounds and move things forward. FDEP is lucky to have you. Congratulations on this move and best of luck. Now from Everglades National Park, I have some updates for you guys. So SFNRC, the center that I'm currently leading that's embedded within the Everglades National Park, one of our critical mission is to monitor. We monitor our water quality, water stages, the wildlife to protect our federal resources here in South Florida, but also to report on the benefits of the implementation of projects, SERP and non-SERP projects. So part of the monitoring, so we are currently starting finalizing the planning process of Cape Sable seaside sparrow monitoring. We are hoping to start the monitoring, the annual survey, the helicopter survey that we do every year. We are hoping to start this in end of March, depending on the weather. So we will spend April and May doing this monitoring, the helicopter survey, and then we report to the group here in June, July after QA/QCing the data. Another monitoring that we do is for the wading birds. Unfortunately, it seems that it will not be a very good season for the wading bird. We are halfway through the season, but it seems that because of the extreme dry downs that we are experiencing and the rates of this recession is impacting wood storks, is impacting egrets, so we don't think that it will be mediocre at best from a wading bird. We're still, for the white ibises, they nest a little bit later during the season, so we will wait for this to happen and we'll report back to you. That's from Everglades National Park, right, perspective, and the monitoring that we are doing. Then my final update for you is that yesterday we had a fire was reported within Everglades National Park, northeast of Mahogany Hammock. Within the park, we have 1,700 acres that currently are burned. The staff is currently working on containing the fire, but I'm sure that you'll hear about this in the news, and hopefully that this fire will be contained very soon. Then I want just to express my thanks to Adam and to his team for organizing this meeting. Great work, great discussion, and I'm looking forward for the small working group to update us and to give us recommendations on how to address the transparency requested by Congressman Diaz-Balart. This is a great opportunity for us just to revamp things, right? And to improve the way how we are doing things. Just great opportunity, and thank you all for this meeting and for the discussion.
Melody, thank you. I don't know that hammock you mentioned offhand when you mentioned the fire. Is that the one I saw on the news that was shutting down access to the Keys?
No, that's another fire outside the park. This is, that's separate. It is a fire, like Mahogany Hammock is 20 miles from the entrance, from the homestead entrance. I can show you a map, but I cannot have access. But it's just, you can Google it. I'm sure that you can, you'll find it.
Yes, thank you.
It's where Sapab B is. Sparrow Sapab.
Thank you. Ed Smith?
Thank you, James. First of all, I want to say thank you to you and to Adam and the OERI team for putting this together today. I think this was an exceptionally well done meeting today. So thank you all and everybody that participated. Jennifer Hecker, thank you so much for your presentation. That was very thought-provoking. I hope that we can get more of these type of presentations going forward for this group to consider. So that was great to hear. Also want to thank the Corps and the district for their updates, specifically the SEP update. I think that was very helpful for everyone to hear and see, and kind of set the stage for the adaptive management discussions. It certainly is good reminder that we want to do science, we want to do it right. Sometimes it does mean that we have to take a step back and reevaluate things and take a new angle or a new approach, and that may take a little more time, but as Nick said, sometimes taking a little more time and getting it right is much more important than speed and getting it done fast. And then the last thing I want to just highlight, there were several comments made about, we made great progress. We need the support to continue that. So, Governor DeSantis' executive order 2306, he put it out a couple years ago. His recommended budget, it certainly shows that his commitment to it, his promise to provide that support for Everglades restoration is existing, with over $700 million dedicated for SERP projects alone. So that is amazing. We're in the middle of legislative session, so fingers crossed everything continues as is. And then lastly, just to put everyone at ease. Lawrence may be coming to DEP, but he's not out of Everglades Restoration. So like a bad penny, he's going to keep turning up, I promise. So looking forward to having you on board, Lawrence.
Thanks, Ed. Becky Allenbach.
Good afternoon. Becky Allenbach with EPA. Yeah, Ed, that is actually really good to hear. I'm glad that Lawrence is not going to be leaving us and going too far, and we'll still be able to work with you, Lawrence, because have definitely enjoyed your calm demeanor and all the information that you've given me over the years, and looking forward to working with you in your new capacity. I have a few updates. One, I want to congratulate Rebecca at FDAX. We heard from Adam Blaylock about, and actually it was from your gentleman, your representative on a group that I'm on, about the BMAP updates, or the BMP updates, and that you had actually enrolled some additional producers. So congratulations on that. Hopefully that will make a difference in the watershed contributing to Lake Okeechobee. For our part, we do plan to have our Big Cypress report, our REMAP report. It's almost ready for peer review. So we will be sending that out to a group of scientists, state and local agencies for review in the next couple of weeks, I hope. We do plan to give a presentation at GEAR. We are planning to send a little bit of a larger contingent, larger for us, about 8 people, but we'll only be sending 2 of us this time. But looking forward to the discussions there at GEAR and giving that presentation. Also, another hat that I wear is I'm part of the group that's doing with NOAA, that's doing an interim assessment of HABs and hypoxia in South Florida. That is still under revision and reviews with the change in administrations, but we hope that it can be released later this year. This is the first product required under the South Florida Clean Coastal Water Act. And we have begun to scope the development of the required action plan for that. And we're intending to engage and leverage the task force and the working group and science coordination group in order to develop that. The action plan is actually required to ensure that it complements ongoing activities of all the various agencies, specifically those of the task force. So we'll be reaching out soon to initiate discussions on how to best accomplish that task. And with that, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to give comments and enjoyed the meeting today.
Thank you. Ramon Martin. Ramon?
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Ramon Martin. I have no pretty much updates. Right now, we're kind of working through a lot of the same things that have been discussed today. A lot of consultations in regards to some of the SEPS Health projects that are being initiated, and then also working through a lot of COP deviation. Again, I thank the working group and the task force for all the updates on the projects. And kind of to keep short and don't keep everybody here waiting for this afternoon, I have no further comments.
Thank you, Ramon. We have a few follow-ups from that whip around we had. We're going to have a follow-up from Larry Williams. We're going to have a follow-up from Rebecca on the BMAP documents, and some follow-ups from EPA on the REMAP project when it comes time. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for coming today, those that are here in person, those that are here online. Adam, thank you for all your organization setting this up, and your team in the background that works very diligently for us all. Lawrence, it's been a pleasure to serve with you. Adam, I'll hand it off to you.
Yeah, real quick, we're running a little bit over. Appreciate everybody that's still with us. You all get an award at the next meeting. Larry, to address this, James and I had been kicking around how to incorporate wildlife corridors and Everglades restoration into presentations here at the working group. And I think we can probably use that as a starting place to consider. And that conversation and trying to find that right nuance and that right topic to bring here to introduce it. And I think it's extremely important for the future of not only Panthers, but of wild Florida. So Ron Bergeron was showing me some video from his phone of Panthers on his property just the other day. So extremely important. Again, May 14th is our next meeting of the working group. I hope to be able to, in order to answer some of the questions here and in other venues about the concessionaires on Tamiami Trail and the radio tower update. I may be being too aggressive, but I know that the team is really looking at those on Tamiami Trail. We're targeting June 26th for the task force. A lot has got to happen for that to, take place. We do have one date fall back in July. We'll get that out there. The task focus group, we have a few that have already volunteered. We are going to be looking for other volunteers. I understand the IDS, but I don't understand the IDS. So that's a little bit of an issue if I don't know everything about it. We'll be in touch. Lawrence, we will be giving you a memory stick with this video of all this love fest. So when you need it to reflect, to bring yourself, if you're feeling down, you'll be able to review this video. Thanks for your support and involvement in making sure that we're all moving in the right direction during these meetings here. Eric, welcome aboard. You're officially the interim chair of the SCG. We'll be reaching out to the group to fill your shoes as well. So thanks, team. Great job. And if you all need anything at all, we're here. There's a lot of appointments that are going to be going on. And so we're here for you all to answer any questions